I know exactly. Trying to get out of the house.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, so Owen, how are we gonna be able to hear you? Do we need to log into Zoom?
Because I've got a
You got a speaker there?
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, Leo.
Hey Owen, how are you?
just testing the audio on this end, so.
Check 1, 2, check, check. Check 1, 2.
It works.
Got it. All right.
Unfortunately, we can hear you.
You can always just mute me.
Never, Leo,
Do
ever.
not tempt me, Mr. Brown. Okay. Well, then let's start this, shall we? Okay. So, welcome tonight. Thank you, everybody, for coming just a little early tonight so that we could make up for the things that we were unable to address last week when we were unable to have the meeting. And I'm going to let you know that as long as the rest of the committee is all right with it, that Leah will be Zooming in tonight. And my assumption is that Tim will come in, but I'd like to start the meeting with a quorum at least. So I am now going to call to order this December 9th, 2021 regular session of the Medfield School Committee meeting, beginning with a roll call. Leo?
Here.
Good mute, Leo. Megan?
Here.
Anna Mae?
Here.
All right, and Jessica Riley here. So I want to let you know that this meeting is being recorded and will be posted to the Medfield TV YouTube channel. Okay, so now at this time, I will call for public input, and as always, I will read the statement, which is, citizens at this time may address the committee on items of school business not on the agenda. The committee will take such items under advisement without action or discussion at this time at the meeting at which the item is presented. All comments will be limited to no more than 3 minutes, and they will be presented in. You okay?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
just plugging in. Sorry.
And they will be presented in person. As always, if you have issues or concerns about things that are presented on the school committee agenda after the meeting, please feel free to email us at our email address. And, oh, Tim, we have started with the forum, but Tim Knight has just joined us as well. Okay, so public input. If anyone would like to come up, approach the podium, please give us your name and your address and speak to us about any issues you have right now. Everybody's avoiding my glance, so I'm going to say that we have no public input right now. Okay. The next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes for the school committee regular business meeting on November 18th, 2021. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, I'll take Anna Mae's and a second.
Second.
Megan Glenn. And do I hear all in favor?
Aye.
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 So three, and aye, great. And I, Jessica Riley, the motion is unanimous. Do I hear a motion to approve and retain the executive session minutes for November 18th, 2021? Okay, so I'll take Megan, so moved, and second,
Anna Mae.
Anna Mae, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'll take that as passing. Leo?
Aye, yes.
Thank you. And the motion passes unanimously. Okay, well, then let's move on now to the first two items on our agenda tonight. And what I'd like to do is we will do public comment, but given, as long as the rest of the committee agrees, I'd like to do the first two items, which is the Dale Street current facilities, and then the Dale Street school replacement renovation and the position of the school committee, and then take public comment after that for both of those items. Is that all right with you? Okay, great. So then the first thing I will do is call for the Dale Street Elementary School current facilities and near-term planning presentation. And Dr. Marshall, would you like to speak to?
Sure. So I think, one of the things that we heard loud and clear after the failed vote is that parents were concerned about the fact that now we're going to be in Dale Street a little bit longer than anticipated. And, what are some of the improvements that need to be made to that school in order to keep it a viable school going forward? What are some things that we've done? And there was it's a little misinformation in terms of, nothing's been done for X amount of years. So I thought it was really important to have Amy, Michael, and Steve to come tonight and just kind of frame it around, what are the things that we've done over the last 4 or 5 years in terms of improvements on Dale Street? What are the things that we really need to do to improve and keep, I guess, keep the maintenance up and do some major repairs in the next probably 3 to 5 years. And then Steve can look at it from the lens of educationally, what are some of the concerns that he has going forward and some of the plans that he has that we can look at for making improvements. So I don't know who wants to start. Michael, you want to start? And
thank you all of you for coming tonight.
so Michael will talk a little bit about what's been done the last few years and some of the repairs and some of the maintenance that we've done.
Okay, so I just want to start by stating that in 2018, the town of Medfield approved the creation of the fund, which was the municipal building capital stabilization fund. And when that was created, we created a 20-year capital plan. And the funding behind that was that we would put $1 million a year into capital projects, either for new schools or maintenance or repairs. So since 2018, we've had a capital plan that we've been working with, but we tweak it every year depending on what the needs are, and then what the priorities are. So
And Michael, can I just clarify that this is actually for the full town?
this is for the
This is
full
not
town.
just the schools. So
Yeah, and I'm
all
gonna
of the
get
town
into Dale
buildings.
Street, yeah.
Great,
Yeah.
thank
And
you.
then just to Michael's point, so we had that plan done in 2017,
Yep.
2018, and there's a list of what needs to be done, but, with a building that old, things come up. I mean, things come up in our high school, our middle school, we have to take care of right away. So it may not appear on the plan, but we still have to make those repairs, sometimes emergency repairs in some cases.
Sometimes the emergency repairs, we go to the selectmen because we do have, I think it's 250,000 in an emergency account. How much is that? 150 in an emergency fund through the stabilization account that we go in front of the selectmen and say, this happened and we need some funding to repair those. So that's why I'm saying it's a flexible plan, because things come up that we have planned within the 20 years, but because they, break sooner, we have to get those done. So at Dale Street, since 2018, we've had items that have been on there. In 2018, if you recall, we had to repair a section of the roof. So when you enter from Adams Street entrance, from that entrance all the way to the back where the teachers' break room is, that roof had to be repaired, and we did that around 2018. That came actually out of the operational budget, and that was $18,000. And then we also that year we did district-wide phone systems. Dale Street was included in the district-wide phone system, and that was the phone systems, the service, and the hardware replacement. The total dollars for that project was $200,000. Included within that was the phones at Dale Street. And then we did a quick renovation of the cafeteria. That was, we painted the cafeteria walls. We removed some of the older tables that were built into the walls, repaired those walls. And so we just did like a small facelift to that
If you
cafeteria.
remember how dark that cafeteria used to be, it was a really dark wood, and they had those built in, so we removed that, and Steve had the great idea of taking those built-ins out and then putting
Yeah.
student work and artwork on there. It looks great now, so I mean, I think that's, something that we did. Was it 2018?
I believe it was 2000. In 2019, we completed the drainage at the gym, which was $50,000. So that was when the building was built. We talked about this, that the drainage system went from one side of the building underneath the gym and to the other side. That was fixed and repaired and addressed. And then that same year, we looked and it was about $12,000. We replaced mixing valves, which what mixing valves are is when you get the cold and hot water, and it's temperature control. So that was addressed in 2019. In 2020, because of that system that where the drainage came through the gym, we had to replace the gym floor for $39,000. That was actually paid through an insurance claim because it was a water damage. We also did some lighting in that building. so as you can see, the lighting was done here, but we also did some lighting at Dale Street. So we addressed the lighting issues at Dale Street through, that was Eversource, correct? That was through Eversource. So that was addressed during that time. And then in 2021, we completed our RTU repairs. That was about $10,000. That was paid through the CARES grant, actually.
Rooftop units.
Thank you.
Mhm. And then we did valve replacements, because in order, when you do RTU replacements, we should be replacing valves. That was about $17,000. That ended up being through the emergency fund that I just spoke about a little bit earlier. In 2022, which is this year, we did fan coil unit repairs for 45 units. We actually today had to do an emergency adjustment to 2 classrooms where we can't get coils for that system because they're outdated and they don't produce them anymore. So we did find a vendor that we have worked with and continue to work with who built these coils for us. They ended up building 4,
Yes.
correct? So 2, because
It was 3 classrooms.
there's 3 classrooms, okay. So what happened was they had to manufacture these coils because they don't make them anymore. That work happened yesterday, and those were fixed and repaired. And that's going to continue to happen because the system is older. So unless we replace the system, we have to do these repair jobs through the system. The vents, exhaust fans were also repaired. That was $15,000. Again, that came through the CARES grant. And then this year also, we did a structural engineering of the portico in the front entrance. That study has just been completed.
Is that the Adams side?
That's on the Dale Street.
On the Dale side,
Yes.
so the
The column,
big kind of,
columns, the
thing,
stairs,
yeah.
that whole area.
and are those structural or they are?
They are.
That's-
That's just for the
Scary.
study, not actually even though.
The study was, so we budgeted $30,000 for the study. We are completing the study. And then once we have all the engineering feedback back in the drawings, we would like to put that out next year for bid. Right now, we have, I think it's what, $400,000 in the budget for that?
For the repair replacement.
For the repair and replacement of that area. But again, once we have the engineering, we'll have the final cost, and then we can put that out.
So Michael, that's in the capital budget.
That's in the capital budget for next year.
Right.
Correct.
And is that an emergent? I mean, we know that they're deteriorating rapidly. Is that an emergent project in which we are concerned about safety, or is it simply what's our time span on the kind of structural?
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
answer that.
So I did have an engineering firm come out just to address this, just to make sure
Yeah,
we're
thank you.
not in a safety issue. And they said, no, it's the way it's built. I mean, it's not about to collapse or anything like that. They would let me
It's
know,
built
they
like
said,
a
no, this
brick
is fine.
school.
It definitely needs to be replaced, but it's not a pending issue that has to happen immediately.
It's
So
the
there's no
same thing that
cracking
happened here at
within
the high
the,
school, right?
Yeah.
It's, water gets through behind it, it expands, and then you have what you see in the
the
right now.
leaching and the.
Correct. Correct.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Please do, yeah.
In the 2008, just really quick, the roof repairs there,
Mhm.
were those like emergency roof repairs? Like, I'm just wondering why that was.
Yeah, so
out of an
that
observation.
ended up being an emergency because it was during the winter. and
I remember that.
and-
Right.
And it was just.
But that
was-
wasn't, you couldn't go because
It-
at that point didn't
that
have
happened
the
so quickly,
stabilization.
we had to get that done. And what happened was, there was this, if you remember, there was snow pile on top of
Yeah.
snow, on top of snow, and it was just leaking.
Okay.
So we had to get that repaired. And then so this year there is another roof project. So that, remember the back area that we spoke about where the water came in and did damage to the back room? So insurance company will cover anything inside the building. But we haven't done the inside work because we want to fix the roof first. So those are out to bid currently. When's the bid closing?
23rd.
Bids closing on 23rd. We're gonna open those bids, lowest bidder will win. We're hoping we're hoping to get that done within the next, hopefully month and a half. So then, the insurance companies can come back, they bring in their crew, they do the inside, which will be repairing or replacing the carpet, repairing anything that had damage on the walls, replacing the ceiling tiles, and then we bring the furniture back in, but hopefully we can bring those students back into that room. So that's being planned. The gutters will be hopefully addressed also in that building. And then, for right now, those are the current projects that we have done for the last 5 years. That we have done smaller things prior to that. But now I'm going to have Amy talk about what we are planning for next year's capital for Dale Street. And then we also going to talk about, in the next 5 years, what are some of the projects that we feel that should get done in order for us to move forward.
Yeah, just to add what Michael had talked about with the municipal facilities evaluation plan. The plan for Dale Street, when we entered into the MSBA building program, was to continue on the scheduled preventive maintenance programs that are already in place, but to limit some of the larger projects until we the final plan for the building was finalized, but for the future of the building. But now that we're here and that we're having Dale for a lot longer than anticipated, we're reevaluating some of the deferred, if you will, plans that were on the capital plan. Some of the immediate plans that projects included are, as Michael had mentioned, repairing the front portico. That will be put on for this year's capital. So, if all goes well, we can get it done. If we can get everything prepared, engineer plans and specifications, we can get that out to bid and hopefully get that done during the summer. That's what the plan is anyway. Some other things with our HERA requirements, we still have to move forward with abating some of the asbestos.
Can you give me the acronym again?
The HERA,
Okay,
AHERA,
thank you.
yeah. So every 3 years, we have a HERA inspection for all the town buildings and school inspection of the schools, I'm sorry, not the town buildings. And we have to abide by their requirements. So there was an agreement that we would abate 3 classrooms each school year, each summer, until the abatement's done. Even if we do the project, we still have to continue with those abatements just to adhere to the HERA requirements. So,
And what
so that,
organization that is that? Sorry. I mean, I know it's a HERA, but can you tell me specifically what?
I don't know.
Is it a,
Yeah, it's,
State.
it's the, state. Okay, so,
yeah,
We submit everything to the state, so I'm assuming.
yeah, it's,
Okay.
yeah.
thank you. Talk
So,
to me like I'm in kindergarten.
no, right, yeah, I should have written it out. Along with the abatements, we'll do any kind of necessary HVAC repairs. I do have a few that are, that I want to get done. There's a couple of valves more valves that need to be replaced. Again, it's not making the school unsafe, or it's not affecting the heat right now, but it's preventive maintenance. Let's get it done before it breaks down.
So one of the issues that came out of this, not replacing this in building the elementary school is that we can't use the MSBA accelerated repair program to do any of this stuff. So we had used that to put the new boiler in for Wheelock, if you remember a few years ago. So we had done that, but because MSBA has identified Dale Street for replacement or renovation, they won't give you money to do a roof or do a new boiler or the vents, none of that stuff. So anything that we do with that has to be done on our own with the town's funds.
Even though we've withdrawn
Correct.
for the program.
Because so they still have, even though we've withdrawn from the program, they still have identified Dale for replacement.
Gotcha.
So
And we're also planning on doing some new carpet in the library, some painting, some ceiling tile replacement. those are things that will improve the overall building, just being there on an everyday basis. And what Jeff had mentioned on some of the larger projects that are listed on the capital, we do have to wait for, say, the roof repair. We can't enter into an MSBA SOI because of the situation that we're in. So we'd have to wait on that, although we could do the other schools, but we have to wait on, the deal would have to be, if they wouldn't be able to be included in that, unfortunately. So again, with that, I have boiler replacement, hot water heater replacement, window and sealant replacement. Those are things that we'll have to talk about, moving forward, what we do with what the plan is for the new building or a new building coming. Along with that is electrical upgrades. We'll do necessary ones to keep up, but overall, we'll wait on and see what happens with the plans for the future.
What's the kind of the biggest issue with the electrical systems at this point? Is it simply, are we talking about kind of the wiring just in
No, the
general on the
wiring
walls
is
right
okay.
now?
It's
Is it
just
plug
more-
overload or?
In some classrooms, there may be one outlet,
Okay,
or maybe one or two. So but we don't have the
They have
capability
computers
to
in
add.
1931, so they,
Yeah.
they didn't put many outlets in the
Yeah,
classrooms.
they didn't. So
Yeah.
it's, that's one big problem that we have is, availability.
Right.
So, and then with what technology that we have, that we're so limited as to what we can do, trying to pull wire from everywhere and putting sub panels here and there and everywhere just to make the technology work for the school.
Right.
Yeah, so that's probably the biggest for electrical wise, yeah. And then down the line, the boiler will need to be replaced, but.
Which one?
Yeah, I know, right.
The
Because
original, or the one that
there's
we're
the
using
one
now?
It's sitting
original,
abandoned,
then
it's
there's
sitting
this
there, that would
one.
be nice to get rid of, but at some point.
And will it be smaller than a freight train? if we
Exactly,
need to
yeah.
do that? Yeah.
Look a little bit, yeah, a little
It's the
more
scariest
efficient
place I've
too,
ever
yeah.
been.
Does anyone have any questions?
I'm just, even looking at the 23, I think the estimate is like around 680. That's all. So all of that would come from capital.
You would have to.
Yeah.
Would have to.
Yes,
And then like
So it's
we,
still, we're still waiting for approval through the warrant committee and through the,
exactly,
right,
yeah.
so,
yeah, so that's, we can put forward what we're planning, but that doesn't mean it's happening, we still have to get it.
right.
Yeah,
and do we share like a multi-year, because this is, this is a significant amount of capital year.
yes, but some of these would be, an MSBA, accelerated repair, items, like the roof and the boiler, those wouldn't be included in capital per se. We could go out and get help.
But not.
But not at Dale Street, the other schools.
Not as,
Dale
We're
Street.
talking
not a
about
deal,
Dale
sorry.
Street right
no.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes,
so-
the other schools.
Not a deal right now,
But
but.
the
that's-
Dale
So these,
Street maintenance,
these
this is
things that
everything.
we're looking at right now are Dale
Yeah,
Street
these are all. different.
only.
That's Dale
This
only.
is all deal.
Right.
And this is kind of why we can't have nice things, right?
700K and 23 million plus. Like this.
Yeah. And that's based on the 30-year plan that was put together, so
Right.
that's what was put together for us as a guide. Every year it's over $2 million, so we have to look at it and prioritize what we're putting forward.
But things could shift because I'm seeing now 2024 for facade, $1 million.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Yeah, so that's a bigger project that I wait on
right.
to see what's happening with plan for the new building.
Yeah, I guess that's I don't know if it's a question or more of just like a thought or a concern, like how do you balance the need to do these things versus the not throwing away cash?
Exactly.
You know,
It's
it's
that's
just like-
why we deferred it
Yeah,
when we went into the MSBA program, because why spend the money if it's either getting, nothing's happening to the building or it's getting ad reno. So
well, we
that's why it was.
spend it
deferred.
because it's not fair for the kids that are in the building
Yeah,
and the teachers that are. in
No,
there.
exactly. I mean, we did move forward with any kind of preventive maintenance, any kind of issues that came up. Of course, we fixed it and wouldn't let it go.
Mhm.
But some of the bigger things that the MSBA project would have taken care of, they may have been part of the project, we held on.
And again, we talked about the front portico for 2023. The brick facade engineering, again, is there any safety issues around that? Is there crumbling? Is there coming apart from the wall? Are we concerned that we're going to end up having landslides?
So.
Just repointed, right? Is that-
It's-
Is it just repointing?
Yeah.
And so that we're worried more about the kind of waterproof, like waterproofing the school as opposed to that we're actually having failures.
And yeah, so the reason why we want to do the engineering study is so we have that information to provide you, right?
Right.
We know that, that it needs to be repointed, but, once we do the structural engineering, they're gonna say, they're gonna give us a better picture of what the outside of that building looks like, right? So once we have that information, we can share it with you, and then they're gonna say, this needs to get, they might say, the older section needs to get done within the next 2 years, the 1960 section can hold off. We don't have that information.
Right.
So that's why we tried to say, let's try to do some of these engineering studies, so we have a clearer picture of what we need to do. Maybe stuff, there's things that are on there that we need to push forward, for the next 5 years. We need to do those studies. We need to see what's behind it. And
We
then we can
literally just
answer
need to
those
see
questions.
what's underneath there.
And aside
Before
from
we
like
realize what
clear
might be on.
safety issues, obviously those come first, but is there any priority given to like Steve and the teachers for what they prioritize as immediate needs from being in the actual building? Like, I picture like buckets dripping like everywhere, or someone who wants to use Chromebooks and can't get the card in there because they can't, like, is there, I don't know, like, do you guys collectively do meetings where you say, okay, if we can spend this much money,
Yeah. come
where
on
do we
in,
want to
Steve.
spend it?
I was gonna invite you in
Yeah,
anyway.
I want to hear from you. 'cause
Yeah.
you're
like a
Yeah,
lot.
excellent. Well, thank you,
You're-
and
you're in
Madam
the
Chair, members of the
trenches.
committee, Dr. Morrison, thanks for having us and
Oh,
keeping this on the front burner. Just on behalf of the staff and students at Dale Street, I want to thank you. I haven't had a chance publicly yet to thank the SBC, and I know between Leo, who's on Zoom, and Anime and Jeff, who were on there, I just want to say thank you for all the time. But then there's other people as well, like Michael, Owen, who's over there, who was at all our meetings. I know Tim did a lot of the communication side of it. So I just want to thank publicly the SBC, because being part of it and doing it for 3 years, and a lot of times it might be 2 or 3 meetings a week, for 3 years. So it was a lot of time, great people. I learned a lot. Some things I didn't want to learn, but I learned a lot. So I just want to thank everybody publicly from the SBC and everybody that was involved in trying to make that happen for the students and staff. So a couple things is my colleagues have said. First off, talking about, what has been done, because I think it's really important. One thing, since I've got to Dale Street, and Jeff and I have talked closely about this, and he's been a great mentor, being here before I was with this, is that we want to make sure, we always thought that there would be a new school like we had, and this year we were so close, but it didn't go. But we always wanted to make sure that, if it were our own children, what would we want the school to be like? And I think that's Jeff's direction, has always been that way. And I think we'll follow suit with that. So since we've been there, in 2015 or 16, I think the biggest renovation, as Jeff said, and he was gracious enough with Michael to do the cafeteria over. And I have to give credit to Maureen Barrett as well, because she was instrumental in that as well. But taking the tables out, repainting it, doing the whiteness, Kate Jones and the high school kids that painted the murals up there off of our kids' ideas at Dale Street for the core values were fantastic. They mentioned some of the stuff about the upgraded lighting, which in the building, which again, it's a darker building, some of the rooms in the older side have actually bigger windows, and there's light there, but when you go to the side off the cafeteria, they're kind of smaller windows off on the left, so it's not really a lot of a tremendous light. So upgrading the lighting was very helpful. Owen has been instrumental with the Wi-Fi there, because of course, being a bomb shelter, the Wi-Fi is really terrible, and it's been a complaint for a long time by the teachers. But Owen is over there routinely and always trying to upgrade us in any way he can. I don't know how he does it. I think the bottle fillers, even things like that for our kids, I think we were one of the first schools to have bottle fillers, is that, and it helped us greatly last year during the pandemic, because, the bubblers were shut off, but we had all the water fillers. The Chromebooks, as you know, this year we went 1-to-1 Chromebooks, and that's something that Dr. Morrison and Owen have talked about with me for the last couple of years, so that's been great. The makerspace has been a huge remodel. In the time that I've been there, I worked first with Kerry Cowell to get that space, the library more open and bright. And then they have the makerspace, which I just thoroughly enjoy, because the things the kids are doing now down there are just exactly what you want them to be doing in elementary school. Jeff was over the other day, and the kids are building greenhouses that have to sustain themselves on different planets. And I'm thinking, I didn't do that in 5th grade and 4th grade, but that's where the kids should be thinking. So I'm so proud of Marina Sweeney now, who's doing that. And I think that landscaping, working with Amy and also PTO type people, taking brush out and everything like that, trying to make it as much as possible. So those are certain upgrades that we've done in the last, 5 or 6 years. But I think, we've talked about this as an administrational team. The hardest question, Megan, to your point is like, what do we need, right? We can't answer, you can't give it to us. We need space, right? So you can't give us space. So like I was thinking about that the other day where you walk around, and again, you have the classrooms off the cafeteria. And if kids need to do assessments, like a baseline assessment where all kids do, you have some teachers in the cafeteria where you've all been in Dale Street and people are moving out. The band kids that are in there, at certain times during the day, you have band kids up by where the core values are, and then you have another group up by, where the front of the cafeteria. So you have two different band groups playing in there with people coming in and out. So again, a conference room. In 2021, it's a school that doesn't have a conference room. Kind of weird to think in 2021, we don't have a conference room. So those are the things like the space, but talking with teachers, grade level leaders and stuff, I think first off, as you may know, the PTO has been extremely generous since I've been at Dale Street, but right now under the direction of Karen Seitz, they are raising money to do over the teacher's room, which is awesome. So I've met a few times with some interior decorators that are going to go in there. I'm going to be working with Amy and Michael, just to see what we can do over there. They'd like to start it in December at Christmas break. I don't know. I mean, maybe the summer might be a better time, but I haven't finalized that with them. But they're going to be doing that. Furniture upgrades, as Michael and Amy both said that, I have not really spent that much money on student furniture over the last couple of years, thinking that we were going to go into a new building. So I was very careful with the money that the town had is with the spend there. But I think, flexible seating that we need, the desks that we have in there, they're old, they're old in the building. One of the things that the teachers have said, which I thought was an interesting thing, is a possible build in the cafeteria to try to bring in one of the renditions that we had in the building that we had presented to the town, is maybe to do like a U-shaped thing down by where the core values are in the cafeteria, have it be about 48, 50, inch tall, so that you could have some special ed students, or you could have some band students, or set some comfortable seating in there that might be having assessments in there. So they're not people aren't walking by them. It's not an open space. Again, that's more Amy's expertise than mine, but I think if we could construct something, not just little partitions or whatever, but something pretty solid and sustained that had benches and tables in there. Again, that's where we store the tables, but I think that would be, a really nice thing. Again, I talked to Amy the other day about a possible wall between where the library is and the makerspace, because we want that library to be open to everybody, but there is no wall in that area. So again, if you're going through, if you can remember in the new rendition that we talked about, that makerspace was inside the library, but it was in its own room. So I think to create that to be its own room, again, we try to do petitions and stuff, but petitions are petitions, you know what I mean? So it's really, we need something more than that.
And that also ends up kind of being your default conference room quite frequently.
Yeah.
I noticed, at least, when I used to volunteer within the library, like every week I would be seeing, like that your math consultant would be kind of working with and it is unfortunate.
Yeah.
You don't have a conference room with the times the students aren't in there. I do see that people use that a lot as just that space to be able to tuck away in, which is so important.
Yeah, and I think to your point, Jeff, you're right that you could have a consultant in it, but we have to be careful too, because if you have like an IEP meeting, you're not going to have that there because it's an open space. So you can have some meetings in there, but you can't have a 504 or something like that, or if a teacher needed to conference with parents. But having that be in its own separate room might allow for that to happen.
Right.
A couple other things I think Amy had brought up, just like trying to get, just coats of paint in the hallway and stuff like that to make it brighter. The hallways are a little bit darker. The tiles that are on the floor, they're, in the older side of the building. Upgrade on window treatments. Again, there's a lot of things there. As far as the blinds, those windows are great. They're beautiful on the old side of the building, but they're big and, it's a different size window treatment. So they cost a little bit of money, but because they're so specific that if they break and stuff like that, sometimes we've just been kind of bearing through with them. One of the things we did a couple years ago, which was fantastic, is we had like a chill out room, because as you can imagine now with kids, sometimes certain kids, they might get aggravated or agitated at a certain thing, and our teachers do a remarkable job. But right outside the cafeteria, we had created one a couple years ago where there were mats in there and like lava lamps and stuff like that. And I can vividly remember with one student who was really getting upset, I was able to walk him in there, kind of sit with it, just kind of let him chill out or whatever. And again, there was a couple couple fidgets in there and stuff like that. About 15 minutes later, he had de-escalated and was able to move back into class, which was fantastic. So we're looking like when you walk in the cafeteria, there's a little room right on the right that has been used to store band equipment, was Pauline Carey's health office back in the day. It's a weird spot because it backs up to both adult bathrooms, to be honest with you, but it's a spot where there's a little crevice of space. I think in that regard, space in the access room, what I mean by the access room is some of our students that it's challenging for them to learn, will go and learn some of their curriculum with Mrs. Wilson. And what happens in there, I was actually in there doing an observation the other day, and she is absolutely marvelous. But I'm in the room and she's teaching a couple of kids at the table, but there was a student on the side that was, again, kind of agitating stuff. And she's just holding hum, she's just teaching these kids. But if there was a kind of a room, more than just a partition to do that, I think it would be better for the kid and the privacy. But the room's not that big, so we just have to be careful on how we did it. But I think that would, help out, some of our students.
Well, that's also one of the points, sometimes when you have sensory kind of input issues, just to even manage, the room is small, but the ceilings are high.
Mhm.
The surfaces within Dale Street are extremely echoey. And so that kind of auditory input is so detrimental. And those of us who don't necessarily experience that may not realize exactly how intense the higher ceilings, as much as we say, oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
The surfaces and really are detrimental to a number of kids. It's not simply kids who are at the level where they access, but also throughout the school, and that each kid has a different kind of neurological trajectory in terms of how they learn to kind of integrate their own sensory issues. And so I think that one of the things that we've all heard about and all kind of dealt with over time as our kids have been in Dale is the noise factor.
Yeah.
No matter how much we try to kind of tamp that down.
Yeah.
It is always a factor, and particularly if we're playing band in the portico, which literally echoes through the entire school.
Yeah.
And you've got 4 classrooms off of the cafeteria where we're practicing orchestra. I mean, that is educationally, I can see that as being the most significant issue. How do we carve out those spaces so the kids actually get to concentrate on what they need to do instead of filter out what they don't need to do?
Absolutely. And I think the last thing that I had down is just, it was interesting, a teacher had said that, but maybe possibly even like a modular, or 2. And what I mean by that is because right now, we've talked about the non-space for meetings or anything like that. The teachers might have when you're having 504 meetings, when we get back to in-person and stuff, we've actually had silver lining of the pandemic is we can do it online. But when you have those meetings, sometimes you're in the guidance office, it might be this big and you have a mom and a dad, and you have, 2 teachers in the guidance council and myself. So it's kind of tough there, but I think that the other thing is our specialists. So right now, as you probably know, that the 2 world language teachers, our Spanish ones, they're rotating around the classrooms, and so is in our health. So if you just have, a health special on a day, that teacher has to leave that classroom and try to find a space, whether it's the teacher's room or whether it's in the cafeteria. For that. So if they have to make a phone call or anything like that, they don't really have a spot to do that. So a
So you're thinking
modular,
a substantial modular, I'm sorry for interrupting, you're thinking a substantial modular, different than cell block D, which is in the parking lot, but something more like in the kind of map, kind of somewhere between map and cell block D, or?
like I said, I'm
what you're
always trying
thinking.
to just watch, I'm sensitive to the money as well. That's not my
Oh.
job, that's Michael's job, but I am sensitive to that as well. And I want to make sure that I'm trying to be responsible for the town.
So you're thinking like modules that we already have there. So we have the modulars that are attached at the end of 5th grade modules, something like that.
Something like that. Because that could serve a couple purposes. That could serve, meetings, that could serve our instrumental people that are there. It could serve maybe a specialist. And the other thing that one of the teachers said, which was interesting, is when you walk down the hallway towards the modulars, on the left-hand side, we have something called storage room B. I don't know about the ventilation or anything like that, but can we try to get some of the stuff out of there and create a little spot in there? I mean, we're trying to use every nook and cranny. I think we are of that building, but literally that's what you're talking, like the chill out zone that behind the bathrooms, you're talking about the storage room. That's where we're at right now. We don't have really any, it's interesting, I was talking to Jeff today, and we're gonna be doing the NAEP testing, which is the fourth grade national testing. Again, we got selected again for like the
Randomly.
third or fourth time.
Randomly get selected every year.
And there's 50 kids, that they randomly select out of the 200, and all of a sudden I'm looking at the computer saying, where am I gonna put those kids to test them? I have no spots to test them, 0. You know what I mean? So it's, I literally don't have one spot to do that. So again, that would be my worry over winter break, where to put them,
We're
but.
gonna start
but-
renting space back from the fab
Ex-
and from Mass.
Exactly, yeah,
just for
maybe,
this testing.
yeah, maybe I can talk to Chief Barrett or something like that, but those are the type of things that kind of go through my mind, where it's like, you say Robin Peter to pay Paul, but there's no more even Robin space in there. So that's just some of the stuff that we've done, and that we maybe would be a desire to be in there, but I'll answer any questions that I can, but the main thing is like, I just can't stretch if I could stretch the building, that would be the thing to be at, but those are kind of like, just right now, as far as inside the building, aesthetically, and even to create a little bit more space would be most valuable, number one, to the students, and then let the staff have a little bit more. I just feel like it's suffocating in there. And again, as I've talked about many times, the staff that I work with at Dale Street is absolutely fantastic. They're great. And, but, I also, my job is to advocate for the kids and the staff there to kind of get them a little bit more breathing room.
Are there some, and then I want to move on to the next discussion, because I think that will bear on this, but also we won't have any major discussions out of this discussion. Some of the safety issues that we had talked about, just as we went through the building, things like where we have places where there is the wired glass that we don't use anymore, that schools are not built with anymore. So there's kind of the doors and partitions where the teachers' room and stuff like that. Are those things that are concerning enough that, God forbid, a kid should run into that? Is that something that we should be thinking about, those little tiny mitigation issues around plexiglass, or replacing or taking that out? Those little tiny things that we just kind of probably didn't look at for a while, but could really cause serious injury, and that we know about. Are those things that are kind of looking at right now, or?
It's actually, I don't know what year it is, but we do have, which one is it? Oh, I'm sorry, to replace all interior doors.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
on the docket, if you will. I'm not quite sure what year it
Are
is,
there
but-
some that it would be wise? So, oh yeah, 50,000 in 2025.
It's to replace the doors and the locks.
Are there any that should be, instead of coming out of that larger project, should be looked at now?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's a great
I mean, it's
question,
not the
Jeff.
biggest thing, but I
Yeah.
also haven't spent
I
a
don't
number of
know,
hours
like
in
I said,
emergency room
since my
myself.
time there and my times in school, I don't find like safety, I don't see any safety
Okay.
thing. But what I will say, like, just for pure, day-to-day living, like the lock, as you know, Dale Street, they have 15 different locks on all the doors, right? You go to one section, it's one key. I mean, I walk around, I feel like I'm getting, because they have all these keys, but there's one teacher that was just a month ago, whatever, it's just like her keys there, and it just doesn't, the lock has been broken, and Amy tried to have somebody out, and these things are just so old that there's no replacements for them. So not only is it hard to get the people out, but then when you do get the people out, like they refer to the heating, like this guy that came out for the heating, unbelievable, but he built on his own, like he created this part and put it into
He's
3
got that
classrooms.
yeah.
And I'm like, first of all, how do you do that?
And what was the dollar amount on that?
They were $3,000 each.
3,000
Each,
each?
yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So, yeah, and he just came out and did that, and it was wonderful, but again, as Amy knows, and she was great with me, keep me in the loop, but it's, okay, where's the part coming from? You gotta get the part first, then the guy gets the part in, then he builds it, and then it went in, and again, then it's hard, because they'll go in during the school day, because they're like the gold, you gotta get them when you can get them, and, so it's just stuff that we, unfortunately live with on a day-to-day, but again, the kids and the teachers, it's,
I know.
Hody hum, they just kind of go and just,
Yeah,
it's unbelievable, so.
Well, I'd like them to be able to expect better. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that we spend a lot of time talking about how well they do under adversity, but
Yeah.
when you go to school, you're not supposed to be experiencing adversity. You're supposed to be concentrating on your learning and learning how to think big thoughts, not how to block out the noise and whether your teacher can get into the room that day. I mean, that's just, it's unacceptable. We've known that for a long time, but now that we don't literally have anything on the horizon, as the case may be right now, I mean, any plan that we have right now is a unicorn. So I think, I don't know how the rest of my committee members feel about it, but obviously we will do what we can to support you. Obviously, the money is always an issue. But I think that advocacy for those things that make that building a better learning environment, you know, not just looking at the safety and how do we patch things, but how do we make the learning environment better is certainly very important to me. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I feel like I've kind of dominated this one, but
Well, I agree.
yeah, I mean, you know,
I advocated for that school, so I mean,
Yeah,
for
I
new
hear ya.
schools, so I want them to have.
Yeah.
I want the teachers to thrive, the kids to thrive, the future kids to thrive, so, you know, we gotta work towards that.
oh, well. Hey, folks, come on in if you want to. You won't interrupt us. But thank you for being so patient over there. Okay. Is there anything else in terms of the Dale Street maintenance and any of this that you would like to tell me before we kind of move on to a discussion around what comes next in terms of a major building project, which is really kind of a process oriented. Anything that you,
No, I
Feel
just want
free.
to, again, I just want to thank everybody, thank you guys, and again, I can't, I'm here to represent the kids and the staff, but I can't thank them enough, both of them, I mean, through the pandemic or what have you, but, you know, I'm lucky to work with the best teachers and the best kids, so it's still fun coming to work every day, there's nothing better than that, so.
true enough, I think our kids would, certainly my kids would agree. if they had
Yeah,
that same
thanks very much.
experience.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so actually, this next portion, I am going to hand over largely the committee. I've been having a lot of conversations over the last few weeks. But I would really like to, I know that a lot of you have watched the selectmen's meeting up. Would you like to pause?
What's that?
Would you like to pause for me?
No, I'm saying.
Okay. So I've been holding discussions with kind of multiple stakeholders, and if there are stakeholders out there I haven't gotten to yet, it's just because I haven't gotten to you yet. I'm drinking a lot of coffee, sorry. And I've spoken to, you know, the selectmen, I've got kind of conversations with people who are on the SBC and the warrant committee and kind of reaching out to others within the community, and I'm hoping to kind of gather a lot more information because I kind of feel like as chair, and as just a school committee member, I watched this process for a very long time, but very rarely was I completely in the room, much as you have been, much as Leo was. And so I'm trying to look at it from an outsider's perspective now to see, and also a fresh pair of legs, right? Because I know the amount of work that you put in over 3 years, the amount of vetting, the amount of, and kind of, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? My thought at this point is to really think about how do we distill what we had and be able to organize it so that should the town decide that they would like to put more money towards a feasibility study, more money towards an SBC, trying to populate that SBC, what can we hand to them educationally in terms of what our view and Dr. Marsden's view and Steve's view is? How do we distill that for them so it's a much more kind of efficient process and doesn't take 3 years again? And also talking to and understanding what the town can tolerate, you know, in terms of, are we the kind of town that can only ever renovate a building? Some towns are like that. Some towns don't have the resources or the drive to be able to do something different than that. And that is okay, but we need to know that, right? I don't think anybody wants to waste the human or financial capital again, and I want to make sure that what we do have doesn't go to waste. There is a lot of really good work here. So how do we distill that down? That has been my thought as I've been having individual conversations with other people. But I would like to hear, and I think that we really deserve to have a conversation, and then there will be further conversations about this, about where we think we go from here. I know that Dr. Marsden and I have had a couple of conversations about it as well, but this really has to be kind of an open discussion. And I'd like any of you, Leo, feel free to unmute yourself.
I did.
Kind of have a conversation around it.
Last meeting.
Megan, I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Leo.
No, it's cool. I just, I wanted to make sure.
Whenever our last meeting was, so I think we were all kind of coming off of the vote and,
Yeah, and I thought that it probably wasn't a great time then
okay.
to talk about
I'm
it,
just,
but now.
my thoughts really haven't changed from what I said at that meeting, and in fact, it's actually even, I'm more convinced of it, that there needs to be a third-party group coming in, like a mediation or a consultant of some sort that has no skin in this game. Sort of the way that this strategic plan we put together 5 years ago was developed, that someone came in and did focus groups. There's way too much emotion. There's way too much accusation. There's too much of everything to actually move forward at this point. So I think that just having a clean slate, not throwing the baby out, but just really gleaning in a really neutral sort of way, really what the desires of everyone in this town are. And our role as a committee is to just reiterate the fact that there was a 1,000 page document, which obviously a lot of people didn't know about or didn't read, that was vetted by experts, about what we saw it was needed in a school and what experts say is needed in a school, and work was done. I guess, if anything, we have learned that you just gotta, I guess, keep saying and keep directing towards the information, and I know we've all been victim of people saying, oh, this wasn't done, this wasn't, let's just start from a clean place. Everyone sit down and say what their goals are and go from there. I don't want to rush into putting together another SBC. Again, there's way too much emotion. And it is emotional, but
Yeah, and I think there's just gross mistrust in
Yes,
this town,
yes.
If the administration, if a group of professionals who do this for a living, if the teachers within that building all say, this is what, in the warrant committee and, the select board, Wheelock is the best place, this is, the best plan. If that doesn't convince people, I just don't know. So there is gross mistrust. And, I agree with Megan in terms of how do you rebuild that trust? There are a lot of angry families, young families who just think, do I put my house on the market? Does this district not value education? They couldn't support this. So I'm hearing that, and then I understand cost is an issue. I mean, we all understand that. So I do think there needs to be some sort of mediator, facilitator, or something to bring those two sides, because to me, it's just, I find it very difficult to digest that, with all those people or sectors, stakeholders, meaning the schools, administrators, teachers, etc., that they said this was the best option, that it didn't succeed. And it's unfortunate, but how do we move forward? We can't move forward with the same people. We can't move forward with the same ideas. We're just going to have to reassess. But I'd be very interested to hear what other groups have to say, we can't make this decision in a bubble,
No.
obviously.
We can't make the decision in the bubble, but I think one of the things that the selectmen have asked us, soon to be select board, have asked us to do is really focus on what is the most important to us educationally in terms of educational planning, in terms of the expertise that we do have in the room and should not be put aside. I mean, I think that's a huge waste of human capital and of ideas and of goodwill. How do we take that and those ideas and make sure that they are applied to our children in the fastest way possible, while at the same time getting the best possible solution for the town? I mean, I've almost kind of given up on the whole idea of like, you know, like, let's do the best thing for the town long term. It seems like immediate financial or kind of thoughts seem to register more than kind of long-term vision. And okay, I mean, it's hard to see long-term vision right now. We are literally in the middle of the pandemic. It's just not flipping ending. But how do we deliver to our students what they need as quickly as we can, with the greatest quality, knowing that we need to do what we have to do for them educationally? How do we put that together? And it can be parallel tracks. You know, do we, as a committee, decide that we want to ask the selectmen if they would participate with us in resubmitting a letter to the MSBA, but with smaller population numbers at this point, because they may be different, you know?
Just to clarify, so on that point, MSBA decided those enrollment numbers.
Right.
We asked for a 450 school, they gave us 570.
Correct.
Right, but we're
Yeah.
starting to, I mean, I think
Yeah.
that, you know, life has changed in the
Oh, I don't
4
disagree with
years,
that. No, I
yeah.
don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that we didn't say.
Yeah, we never
575.
said, in fact, we were only pushing.
No.
Please.
So what would be this, sorry, Tim.
Yes, let me try to frame it.
Because I don't have any
I know-
answers here.
Yeah, no,
right?
so I would frame it, because I listened to the select board, and, you know, they kind of said, hey, let's put it back to the school committee. And what do they
And
want?
which is kind of
Yeah.
where
And
everything happens.
This is
when
not,
Nobody
this
knows
is
what else
just
to do.
some high notes, right? We want a new or a modernized school, right? We gradually realized we needed to be able to flex with the population or the enrollment. There's some things about that. I think initially we liked the idea of a three grade model, which I found the campus model to be something that brings a lot of benefits long-term. I don't think that would change. And, obviously, educational advantages that allow you guys, Stephen, to retain and attract the best educators. That's probably not going to change, right? We also know we have to now manage Dale with, some of the maintenance costs and the educational costs in the near future. Like we know we want that, but there's factors we can't control, right? What's the town's capacity to spend? What's the actual enrollment going to be? What are the other projects going on in town, right? The state hospital impacts enrollment. Public rec building, well, you can't do this without that, right? So we need, what's the town process? Because we need 67% in order to spend. Right? Those are areas where I say, gosh, we need help. We really need help and collaboration from the town. So where I sit, I look at it and I'm petrified that if we bring in a new SBC, history's going to repeat itself.
I think that we all feel.
Right,
that,
it'll
yeah.
be 3 years. So I kind of liked what Gus shared the other night, this idea, like I thought of it as maybe it's a modernization project, right? I'm thinking the town, we did speak pretty loud and clear at that vote, right? Maybe it is.
No, there was 135, 140 people approximately on each one, depending, I mean, so did we talk loud and clear, or did we simply not meet the hurdle, but there was another 50% of the town that felt differently? And that,
Well,
I mean, so
I look
it's
at
kinda
it
tough.
as, I need to get 67%
Yeah,
to get into school. So we were,
Of a
we
smaller
were
group
a
that
while,
would turn out.
we were a while away. So I'm just, this is thinking quickly, but if it is renovation, start thinking about, well, what happens over at Wheelock? What happens at Dale?
Yeah.
If nothing else, can we have some of the benefits of the campus model? Or if it is we're gonna replace Dale, okay, well, what do we do with the public record? There are these other factors that it makes me
I think
very
that's part of the
nervous.
reason why we need to know exactly why the vote went the way it did.
And that's one of the things I've been talking about.
You know, was it the site? Was it the money? Was it?
Cost and
Distrust.
exchange. It is
Well,
cost
no,
and
we can't. I think that, oh, please, Leo, hold on 1 second, and then I'll say, and then you go right ahead. I think that one of the things that Mike Marcucci said is quite right, that there are multiple factors, right? There were multiple frictions, all of which came down to a bifurcated decision, right? So you say yes or no, everybody had a different friction. Some of them were like, no, I just don't, I have a second home, I've already paid higher taxes and for a new school in that town. And I'm not sure that that's where I want to spend my disposable income. And that is okay. So that's okay. That's what your decision is. Was it that you thought that there would be greater traffic and that more traffic on Elm Street would be worth not having a school there or not having a school at all? Okay. So that's how you feel. What I would, and one of the things I think that what you're saying, Megan, is I would really like to see ethnographic, true third-party information about what we as a town can tolerate, because clearly cost is a factor. But is it also that we are so concerned about our facilities and our town and our water, all of which were not actually insurmountable problems, but gave just enough friction, just enough cost at the wall that seemed like there must be something really wrong. Okay, so again, then we know where our town's priorities are. Our town's priorities on their concerns about the future of our ecology, and how do we mitigate that as a town so that we know that that's important to people and we work that out, right? I think that there is a part of this that could be very well served if we did a third party, and then not us just trying to go out and do a I don't know about you, I could probably put across some marketing and get some people to a show, but I am not a marketing professional and I am not a demographic researcher. And I think that we have a rich trove of data, but I think that we don't know how to access it. And I think that the town needs to commit with us to figure out what that is. Because I think that, and I think that this idea of having this kind of intermediary.
Is it townwide, are they doing the master planning group there, the committee? Are they planning another survey or something or other?
Townwide master plan?
Yeah,
Townwide master plan has morphed into a townwide master plan, kind of like moving ahead. How do we monitor the townwide master plan, right? So that townwide master plan kind of.
but I
group that I
understood
was
that
on-
they were going to do something where they would investigate town priorities that, you know,
Right.
at the citizen level.
Right, but that is not with a consultant. So that consultancy is gone, the person who, so again, that becomes a volunteer group hoping their best that they can find the data that they seek.
Right, what I'm thinking about though is, you know, this group's doing one survey, this group's doing another, you know, there's just so many,
I can talk to Sarah
you know, and
about it,
just
yeah.
if we can kind of, you know, what's the umbrella and how can we address, you know, town concerns perhaps
well,
with,
Yeah, that's just it. There's,
A townwide feasibility study is what we need.
Sorry, thank you.
I don't want to say there's no point in us designing and advocating for a school that we want, which we did, if it doesn't fit into the plan of both the select board and others that are on the boards of this town.
So that's why
So,
I
like,
think that it's. Please, Leo, go ahead.
Well, and more importantly, regardless of what that plan is, we're not going to be able to tackle that plan tonight. I feel like, you know, some of the next steps we need to do as a committee is to pull the elements out of the PSR, pull the,
Brain.
yeah, sorry. Um,
That's cool.
but we need to pull the elements out of there and apply them, K to 12 in our schools, and what we do as a body is we apply that to policy. Things like optimal class size, number of spaces we need per population within the school for things like specials, media, meeting spaces, office spaces to fit all the staff that are necessary. And then what those sizes are, right? A recommended size for a classroom is 900 square feet. So if it's 22 kids per class and we have a target population, whatever the population is going to be, then we just do the math. And I think that establishing some of the standards that we need to have in our schools for space to operate is extremely important so that we don't have to worry about putting on portable classrooms, which we're probably going to have to do, right? Because the timeline that we have to solve these problems that we currently have today has just been expanded. So it's going to be more than 3 years now. So, and I agree with everyone for long-term planning that we should definitely support and recommend that the town work together to come up with a town-wide, do a town-wide feasibility study on all of its buildings and recommendations and requirements. And that way, when it comes time to engage, whether it's in an MSBA project, or perhaps it's decided that we need to renovate Dale and Wheelock and maybe shift the campus to the Memorial Dale site. And it becomes a K to something, K to 3 instead, and 4-5 goes to Wheelock. But whatever the case may be, I think a strong feasibility study to pull this plan together so that we get some sort of campus, whether it's optimal or not, we get the campus model, but between now and then, that feasibility study is not 100% in our control. But what is to solve the problems I feel like we already have. So we have space issues at Dale, we have space issues at Memorial, and we're going to have to solve those problems more immediately if there's any sort of jump in population, and if we want to maintain the class sizes and have the meeting spaces that we require. I'll echo what Steve said earlier about the possibility of a couple of portables. I think a couple is not enough. I think it's a Band-Aid, because if we're going to be having, if we have a minimum of 5 years before we do anything as a town, we really have to address those problems more immediate before, I know. And then in the meantime, we can analyze, the wills of the people and what the decisions are and coming together. And I know we could look at what went wrong in the current plan, and, what didn't sit well with people, what the actual thing was, we can pick and choose. It was a new issue every week. So I think we'll just, I feel personally that it's good to analyze as a team with the rest of our colleagues from the selectmen and the standing building committee, about what happened and what the next steps could be. But I think as the school committee, we need to reestablish and reaffirm what is required for us to conduct a A+ school district that we have a reputation to be, and what it takes to do that and get to that point as quickly as possible, even if it's not a pretty new building, that we have a spot. And I guess that's my 2 cents. And it's kind of what I said at the closing SBC meeting before we left. I want to be forward thinking and I want to be as optimistic as possible. But I feel like we weren't joking that we couldn't just turn around and reapply to SBC. We can't jump on that bandwagon. So anything that's happening between now and less than 5 years has to be self-funded. So, and I think what that's going to be is going to be a lot of conversation about what that is, and to get the biggest bang for your dollar. Excuse me. Okay, I'll give the floor back.
All right. So one of the things I'm a little concerned about right now is that we are starting to kind of run into kind of a time for the rest of the agenda. So knowing that we've had a pretty thorough conversation about Dale Street right now in terms of what the immediate needs are.
Sorry though, but can I ask one question?
No, I'm just trying to, oh, go ahead. Go ahead, yes.
And that is, have we completely ruled out submitting an SOI for April?
I haven't.
We literally haven't ruled
Okay,
out
good.
anything. There's no rule out any, I
Good.
literally, if the selectmen are brainstorming, then we're brainstorming right now.
Okay,
Too, but I
just
am
needed
trying
to
to
hear
find
that because I've heard
A
different
kernel of a
things.
direction to be able to take back. And if I can reiterate right now, what I have heard, we are committed to continuing to find the best way to make sure that our kids get the educational experience that they need. And that is always kind of our mission statement, right? Kids first. In general, do we find it a good idea to have whether it is an independent consultant, I don't know where that cash comes from, but that's why I have conversations, come in and kind of figure out where we stand right now with the plan that we have and what we might need to do to move forward efficiently. Do we believe that there is a room for an intermittent or an intermediary group or kind of information gathering that would happen between now and if a warrant article comes,
Of people,
Before
of people from
8 p.m.
this town?
that would be an SPC?
Like a
Well, I
visioning
think
committee?
that there needs to be some portion of it that is whether this group is informational and has some level of understanding of school building projects, and they are able to hire a consultant or have some potential to have that kind of third-party input to be able to then develop a plan that would allow it to move forward. Because I think that if we think that we're gonna have somebody come in, do an RFP, get a consultant in for the next, 5 months before somebody decides that we're just gonna kind of do a new SBC and it ends up on the warrant in May. Like, I'm not sure that there has to be something, I think, between that, which I do think would probably be the best thing, but it's also one of those kind of unlimited fund things. And just trying to build a plane in the air down here, right? Like, but I do I hear that we think that it is a good idea around trying to kind of bring together as much information as we can in an objective way before we even start thinking about building it.
Yes.
Kind of
I think it
post-mortem-y.
would be nearly impossible, if even possible at all, to create some sort of a committee of residents in this town without finger pointing of people saying, you're this side, you're that side, and
And that's not
That's
what
what
I
I'm
think
saying.
anybody's necessarily.
that's what I heard the selectmen
Vision.
say, that they wanted sort of like a brainstorming, and I think that
Well,
would be a
no,
complete
that's
waste of time.
what Gus wanted. Mike was much more kind of pointed. I'm kind of in between the two of them. I want to have better information about our town because I think that since the last time we did a building project, our town has changed
Yeah.
significantly. I think there are, and I also think that, I think we need to know what is possible before, so that we can structure the best plan we possibly can that will happen for our kids, right? So that we're on kind of a scale.
I want to ask you a clarification question.
Yeah.
And I
And
don't want to belabor
again,
this, 'cause I
I'm
want
just
to hear
putting
from
a stake in
everybody.
the ground.
I
I'm
just-
kidding, Gus, I'm kidding.
You
Gus
didn't
and I
just
were
say
friends.
that. She did. Could you clarify for our listening audience and our lovely audience in live, what it is that we are, I keep hearing about this warrant, about the new formation of an SBC that's coming, like, what is driving that? What is it? And why is this now, why we're rushing to do this?
So I don't think it's a rush so much as the selectmen would like to respond, and I don't, again, will this be the same response or the same idea around how to form an SBC, because there seemed to be so much feedback around that, although the SBC that we had to form was very much laid out by the MSBA process. However, if we're doing this independently without an MSBA, how do we form
So we
a
don't have,
school building
we
committee?
don't have those bylaws right now, or we're addressing that? Was this a citizen's petition?
I believe that this was Mr. Marcucci who put this forward as an attempt to kind of build that bridge and kind of start to structure this conversation about how do we move forward, because I think that there is, sometimes it's really easy to say how we're moving forward, but it's difficult to do that if you don't have a framework and in some ways a backstop around how
Yeah, I
you
think
would get there.
if you were doing it today, so tomorrow morning, you're gonna do an SBC without MSBA,
Mhm.
your policy has the way to do that. It talks about the moderator appointing an SBC, et cetera. So
Yeah.
that, I think, what Mike was trying to put together is something, an offshoot of that.
That is
Um,
not simply moderator appointed.
Right, and I think
There's
that's, so
input for us
MSBA
from
changes
them.
it a little bit because they have, the reasons and the people that need to be on it. And then your policy that was, probably written 50 years ago, talks about the town moderator and those appointments. So I think it's
Okay.
really kind of how you do it.
And again, that would end up being
And this is
a
going forward,
2/3 vote.
this is going forward only because of the fact that the town,
The town is considering doing this
if the,
without
if the school had
MSBA.
passed, this warrant would not be moving forward, because we wouldn't have to, or was it going to move forward either way?
It might have moved forward either way, who knows? Honestly, I mean, as I quoted to you today, I know 1,000 times more about what happened yesterday than I will know about what happens even tomorrow, right?
Sorry, I couldn't-
I can't predict that.
So like to me, I think if there is, a group or anything, what's the scope? So if nothing else between now and March,
Right.
what's the scope of the project? You would
Right.
like to think in May, there's an additional warrant that says we need X dollars in order to study and deliver on that scope.
And will that
And I
pass
think,
with the 2/3
You know,
majority?
the
Okay.
quote
Or do
scope,
we even try to do whatever right for that?
the scope may have to be beyond what just the school committee wants, what we
Oh,
want
yeah.
from the school because of those other factors.
Right.
I think that is better than waiting till May when they establish a process to appoint an SBC.
Yeah, no, but
And then that's
that's,
the next thing,
well, that's what we're talking about, though, right? As a school committee, so while we have to deal with certain realities around finances and what the town has will for, we have an obligation to our kids to distill what is the most important. How do we add that framework? Because that is what the select board is asking for. That's what they're asking us to do for our part of this building project right now. What do we need? Now, we have the advantage of the last 3 years in which we fleshed that out in a very large way, but it didn't happen. So how do we go back, look at it, and figure out what, even in that, how do we distill it even further? Although I feel a little dirty saying it, because I think we did the best job we possibly could. But now within the reality that we have, we can sit here and be really, we can continue to hold on to our principles, and I think that's important. But how do we do that and hold on to the principle of getting the best school that we can get for kids in the near future? A way that the town can tolerate that expense for whatever reason it was. The town can tolerate what change we're asking in terms of the deficits that we see in the school, in what we're able to offer right now. Because it is really all about tolerance. Tolerance and acceptance. What's the friction? And how do we mitigate that? How do we smooth out the bumps? So this is a longer conversation than just tonight, and I would like to get to public input.
I mean, can I just,
Please,
before
please.
you guys close up?
And then Leo, I'll ask you.
So just a couple of things. I mean, I think, looking at where we are in terms of a community, I think finding out the why is an important piece, right? I think that's
Mhm.
really important because we know that the water was very muddy and there were many different reasons there. And I think if we can find out what the why actually was and get some really hard data on that from some independent person, I think that's important. I think it's just, we need to learn from this. And I think
Yeah.
that's the important thing, is learn from what, what made someone that didn't go to town meeting decide to vote that day, no, right? Because more people showed up to vote and more people voted no. So what caused that? And what was the issue? I think we need to find that out and spend some time on that. I don't understand this enormous sense of urgency that I wish we had the last 3 years, quite frankly. All of a sudden, everyone wants to go build a school. I mean, come on, folks. But you don't just, get a couple of plans and you put a school up. So it does take a lot of time. And I think if you do it right, it does take some time. I just feel it really strongly about the fact that we need to work with MSBA on the next building, whether it's a renovation, an addition, or a new school. I mean, we all know what's going to happen, right? You go on it on your own without MSBA. And the first question at town meeting is, how much money would you gotten if you'd done this through MSBA? And it's a fair question, because if you do it on your own, you're leaving a lot of money on the table, a lot of money on the
$19
table.
million. I
19
signed
million,
off
19 million left on the table
and
this
said,
time.
no, thanks. I didn't think I'd ever be able to do that.
So I
It's
think
much
that's
power.
a really important piece we need to consider, and you can work parallel, right? So if we have the board of selectmen and they want to say, well, let's look at it on our own, that's fine. We can do that work all spring, but we need to submit that SOI in April. We need to do it. Okay, my conversation with MSBA prior to Thanksgiving was this. So what's going to happen? So we're out, we have to sign our lives away and say we're out of the program. What next for Medfield? So they were very clear about this. Every time you submit an SOI, it goes into the bank of SOIs for that particular year. If there are a lot of high schools in there, because they take up most of the money, you probably don't have a pretty good shot at it. You don't. But if there are X amount of elementary schools and a couple of middle schools and one high school, and they evaluate the elementary schools, and Dale Street comes up at the top as needing it the most, then guess what? We get invited back in again. If not, we wait another whole other year. But if we don't submit in April, we'll never know that.
Good.
That makes no sense to me. So, I mean, I think the SOI has to be signed by 3 people: superintendent, the school committee chair, and the board of selectmen chair. So I think if we can work together on that, submit that in April, and go through the process again, yeah, it takes a little bit longer. I don't know how you can sleep at night leaving all that money on the table. I really don't. I don't know how you can say, we're gonna do this on our own. And by the way, we probably could have got X amount of dollars from the state, but we didn't do. We decided to do it on our own instead. Makes 0 sense to me. So I think we need to have that conversation with the board of selectmen. We can revise the SOI, we can put it all together, we can submit that again. And if we get asked in again, then we go down that road if the town wants to. If the town doesn't, at least we submitted the SOI, we tried to get back into the program. Quite frankly, let's put a non-binding thing on town meeting and say, do you want to do it on your own? You want to use MSBA? Because I'm tired of getting all the way to the end and then all of a sudden, well, no one asked me this, no one asked me that. Come on. Let's put it out there. Let's get the feedback so that everyone has a shot at it, even though that we all know that elected officials kind of do this stuff, and that's how we work as a community. Let's get, everyone should have a shot. Let everyone have a shot with this. And if you want to say, you know what, let's do our own, let's allocate X amount of dollars, do it on our own without MSBA, or let's go the state route again, like most places do, because you get that money. I can't imagine, based on what happened, that MSBA would come back again with a 575 school. I just can't imagine. I mean, we went back to them and said, we're not seeing the numbers you gave us. We had that conversation with them, it was last summer or the summer before, I forget when it was, Mike Quinlan,
Last, 2 summers.
2
Yeah.
summers ago, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And their response was, if you want to have us do it again, submit another SOI and start all over again. Well, that's what we're doing now. We're ready to do that now. I can't imagine they're going to come back with 575. Because that was, to me, doing the autopsy on it, that was the issue. Right? If we have projections that don't ring with 575, that square footage drove the cost down. So everyone that has all the cost issues was caused by the 575. I don't think that's going to happen again. So, I mean, I just have to put it on the record that I think we should be doing through MSBA, that we shouldn't be doing this on our own, and we're leaving way too much money on the table. Why not doing that?
All right.
So Mike, if you want to take public input and maybe just a quick.
Yeah, so I think that
final-
right after
like final
public input.
comments from us
Um,
after that input, because I think it's important to hear if there is any. input.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there will be.
I mean.
Okay,
I-
hold
I-
on. So
that'd be
you would like
otherwise I
to,
could-
after public input, you would like to have comments from us about the public input, or we feel like,
Well,
because I know
either
that
that or I
this
could
is
say
a
it now, like,
discussion that we're gonna continue for a very long time. I would like to wrap it up though,
I would.
because I
so-
feel like we're spinning our
So,
wheels a
so for
little bit.
me, I'd say, some kind of a study is appropriate. I think what Leo described in terms of what's the square feet that we need
Mhm.
across all elementary schools. So that's kind of almost a gap analysis. I think something along those lines would be good. And we need to continue to collaborate with the town in comparing this to other projects, which leads us down this, what's the scope if we were to take it on. I would, Dr. Marsden says on an SOI, I'm fully supportive of listening to this. So that's where I sit without the advantage of public input.
Okay, so one of the things that I am also hearing is that I feel like I'm hearing that we need to have a discussion with the selectmen. And a true discussion, not kind of a, like joint meeting where we don't really actually talk to each other, but have a real kind of discussion, much like we're having right now, about how do we do this? And what do we feel like their role needs to be and our role, and how can we move forward and weigh each committee's prerogative is and what your roles are. Because I think that, for a long time, we had talked about, do we feel like the town is committed, the town, meaning the kind of town administration, is committed to this project in the way that we feel like we would need it to be to pass. And now I think that conversation needs to happen, right? Again, but in this context. Do we feel like that would be?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's.
And I don't think we're gonna get away from that conversation. I would just, I feel like that we need to figure out what the questions are that we need to have that conversation together.
And then I'll pass. If there's
And
others.
then
But
I'm
I
gonna
would just
go to
suggest
public comment.
that kind of falls on the path of, well, what's the scope that we, the SC, the school committee, and broader town may want to take it on. I mean, those are kind of like this. Start to collaborate. For select.
All right,
Yeah, I also 100% agree that we need to be in the same room
Yeah.
and we need to align our plans, because
Yeah.
obviously. there
and
was
that this
some
is
disconnect.
not, this is a conversation, this is not, like I've heard, people putting out like, we need to have a public
Yeah,
hearing.
yeah, and that's what I just want to say, hard
hard
no, like hard no on that. I don't,
We can do public hearings once we know what do we need to understand, right? But before that should even happen, or public discussions, or, kind of that input, how do we really talk to each other at the most baseline, selectmen to school committee, to talk about how we move forward and what is our town's role?
Yeah,
Meaning
that sounds
all
like
of
a
us. And then we can really say, okay, these are our roles. Let's talk about how other people and the community wants to
I think we, yeah.
reflect to us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good,
like what can we do?
perfect.
Okay, so speaking of reflections, and I thank you so much. I think I told you, Nat, that you would start somewhere around 7:30 and that
Is that Eastern time?
not anymore.
Sorry.
But the.
Trying to lighten it up.
go first. Sorry, so I asked you if you wanted to be here this
Oh, good.
early. I
Of
was
course I
so
did.
surprised. Okay, so with that, I will ask for public comment. Let's remember that this will be a 3-minute limit, and for each person. And I would encourage you to approach the podium and state your name and your address for the record. Anyone? All right.
Kristen Schupa, 7 Kirk Street. I found an article, I don't know whether you've seen your mask daily media alerts, but there was an article in there today about what happened in Ipswich. And Megan, your comment about bringing in a mediator, that's exactly what they're doing. So I printed out the article for you guys to have. It's actually an excerpt about what they went through. You guys can pass it down.
We'll include that in the public record.
Just thought it would be helpful. They're on 3 years of trying to figure out what they were going to do after their death vote. And you may want to reach out to someone at Ipswich to find out how they've gotten to this point. But I found talking to them over the last 2 years was very helpful. And I also just in the closing comment was, I sent school committee and selectmen a copy of the survey results that we did of no voters, and we had over 200 responses. And the number one, 86%, said that they voted no because of the location. It was the site
So
selection.
was it a survey of no
Sorry,
voters
Tim,
or was it a
Tim,
survey of?
Tim, you
Was
don't
it
have the
open
floor
on
right
no
now.
voters?
No,
It wouldn't surprise me
It's-
given the name
you
of
do
it.
not have the floor right now. Please let Ms. McHugh
Sorry,
Potts
so-
finish her comment. Okay? Thank you. And then we can
I just
clarify.
want clarity on if it's a survey
I
of no
understand.
voters.
Okay,
I'd like that clarity.
Chris, could you continue? So you did a survey.
We did a survey. We had a list of over 400, almost 450 people who voted no. And from that, 86% stated that we asked for the three main reasons why they voted no. And the top one was 86%, which is 178 people said it was the location. They preferred the Dale Street site. 64%, which was 133 people, said it was cost. And the next one was basically the process. 52% was the other one. And then coming in a closed fourth was the Dale Street school reuse, that there was a lack of a plan. So I just thought it would be helpful to see that. I also should mention that given Leo's suggestion and also what Tim had noted in terms of coming up with fundamental policies, I think it would be helpful if school committee talked about a school size policy in addition to a class size policy. Because there's a lot more solid data out there about building size than there is about class size. And so, I have found that Newton had a policy that they wouldn't build an elementary school any larger than 500 students. It might be worth it for a school committee to kind of talk about that to see if there's a strong opinion about that on the elementary side. That's it. Thanks.
Tim, do you have a clarifying question that you would like to ask?
I do think there's a lot out there, but I would be curious, how did you acquire the list of people who voted no?
So
in order
Chris,
to,
how did you acquire the list?
These were people from February, before, this is when we started the citizens petition.
No, I'm sorry. I think, let me just clarify that question, because I think what you're asking is, where did you generate the survey from? Like,
Sure.
what was your population that you generated that from? And when did you,
That 450 citizens?
was it the Dale and Dale Facebook page that you,
No, it was our email list.
your email list
Our
from the
That's-
Dale and
so
Dale
my
pack?
question, it was.
No, I'm just asking a clarifying question. So it was the Dale and Dale pack, and that was who the people who were associated with you? Okay.
Yeah.
Great. So, and you mailed that to
Citizens
how
who
many
signed up- Citizens who signed up to be on our email list.
citizens who signed? Okay,
Yeah.
great.
And then also a good number of people that were not on the list that we knew voted no, and we reached out to them too.
Okay, all right. So a self-selected group, but thank you very much. I appreciate
Well,
that
I mean,
research and the time.
And I did have one other question.
Is it clarifying?
Yes, because
Okay.
what I wrote down was you said that was 450 people
About,
and you said 178, said it was based on location.
I'll go through the metrics on this.
Actually,
So we had-
you sent it to the school committee.
I sent it to each individual school committee member.
So you can,
I did see it, the words I heard was 450 and 178. So I
So-
was trying to understand how you got the 86%. It didn't.
it's okay.
So it's 86% of the people who responded to the survey. So we had 20, we don't go through statistical analysis for market research, for survey research. We had 2109 no votes in the election. If you do the statistical analysis, you need to have 325 people as your actual sample size. We had a mailing list, we had a response list or a contact list of nearly 450 people. So our sample size only really needed to be 325, but we have a sample size of nearly 450.
Correct, but my initial question was, how did you find the 450 that you targeted? And does that represent anybody, is it a random selection across town? That's what that's.
There are no voters. We don't, there are a cross section of no voters that represent parents, that represent seniors, that represent, there are no voters. That was the only criteria we really needed to identify them, is They were no, we know that they were no voters.
May I ask a clarification question?
Yeah, but we just have one left and then we can have more discussion. No, I'm sorry, Megan, actually, has a clarifying question for you, Chris, as well.
No, I understand what you're trying to say, and you've had this listserv, and they're all no's, so clearly what you were establishing was trying to get at the reasons why, which is what we are talking about wanting to do in a more neutral
Because I also
way
like how white
across,
people voted yes.
broadly
No,
across
sorry.
the town. Because I read through the email that you sent, and one of the, I felt some of your questions to be leading.
Okay, but it's.
But I'm just saying, that's why I
So-
need the
so-
need for a neutral, like when you ask,
Okay, I would like to stop this discussion now. I'm sorry that that's the case, but I feel like we're kind of spinning our wheels at this point. We've heard from Ms. McHugh Potts where she
I
got.
think she agrees with me, that's what I'm just
Her-
saying, is we
Yeah.
need a mediation.
So, but we also need to move this forward. We're actually over by 40 minutes, and I know that these are conversations that we will continue over time. So thank you, Chris. Is there anybody else who would like to do a public
I'm
comment?
sorry, I just want to add, of course, the results are the results from this. We're very reflective of the community survey results that we did last year.
Okay,
So.
Thank you,
just wanted
Chris.
to mention that.
so do we have any other public comment for the Dale Street School? No? Okay, do we have closing comments right now for the Dale Street School? Or should we move on to, I'd like to move on to our students, if that is okay? Okay,
Agreed.
great. Okay, thank you so much, Steve, Amy. Thank you for your time. I do appreciate it. And this is a conversation we will obviously continue. It's of surmount importance. So, I'm gonna invite our student advisors, and actually, if you guys would just like to bring up a chair, come on up towards the owl. I'll help you out. Our student advisors tonight are coming to us with class updates, but they also put together a really great presentation. Yeah, facing us. Come on over, and then there'll be an owl, and it's okay. Thank you. So we've been having conversations about how do we get better and more quality information about our students and what's happening within the schools, and also how we make this a better kind of engaged project for you, and something that you feel like you're taking something away as well. And you guys just hit it out of the park. Thank you. I have to say, when I saw your presentation, I was like, oh, this is fantastic. This is really what we needed to know. So with this, I'm going to introduce you. This is wave, if you like. All right. So we have Chloe Shield, who's our class of 25 advisor, and you don't have to wave on, it's okay. And then Catherine Bannister, class of 24. Class of 23 is Elizabeth Panciaco. Panciaco. Darn it, do you realize I actually wrote it
Phonetically?
all right. It's awful. This is actually a problem I have with names across the board. And then Catherine Waters, class of 22. Okay, so if you want to just kind of do you have quick class updates about what you guys are doing? And then we'll move into the discussion around this. And I thank you for your patience.
Sure. So our class, we just hosted, or we're like hosting right now, a winter clothing drive that ends tomorrow with an organization called Katie's Closet. And then we're still trying to find like a good idea for a fundraiser, but yeah. And then we're also planning to make some New Year's cards for the Thomas Upton House seniors. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, so my class actually just finished a wreath fundraiser for the holiday season.
Thank you.
And of
It's
course,
really good.
thank you. And our sales were amazing, more than we expected, over $2,000. So that's really awesome. And winter sports are just starting to begin. Everyone's in a pretty good spot right now. We'll take a look at the mental health in a bit, but that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, so for my grade, fundraiser wise, we just did an Italian grocery fundraiser and we made about $400. And we are officially starting up the blanket sale again. We just released it to the teachers so they get a chance to buy stuff first. And
Is that
then
because some
we'll,
of us buy so many of them, they're just smaller.
yeah. And then we're gonna release it to all of Medfield's next week, I think. And the juniors, we have started doing SATs. We just got our PSAT scores back, so everything's just kind of getting more stressful. So that's just what's happening right now. But other than that, that's all.
And for seniors, we are starting to get back some college decisions, which can be very exciting, but also a little scary. So that's definitely a little bit stressful. As far as the senior class goes, we haven't been doing as much fundraising as the other classes. We haven't really had to do too much because we lost a few other events that kind of take the fundraising money. So that's kind of it for the senior
Good thing,
class.
bad thing, at least it lightens your load a little bit.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And so we're gonna try to start planning some fun, COVID-friendly events for the rest of the school year, just to keep spirits high within the senior class.
One of the things I wanted to ask you the last time we met, when we met with Mrs. Hagan, is that you had reflected that you felt like your senior year was as stressful as you had previously heard junior year was supposed to. And I hear Elizabeth is saying that junior year is starting to kind of gear up. Are you guys still feeling that way? Like, is it still feeling like within that flow that senior year is harder than you predicted it might be this year? Or
I think for myself and many other seniors included, the school year has slowly gotten a little bit less stressful because you kind of figure out how to balance school and college applications and sports. And so I think everybody's starting to get the feel out of it and trying to get used to it. And so with that, I think people are becoming a little bit more comfortable. We have the flex period, which is super helpful. And I think more weeks are going to be harder than others, just because of the frequency of tests, quizzes, assignments, projects, whatnot. So I think for me, at least, it has vamped down a little bit. And I think other seniors would agree with me as well.
Elizabeth, how are you guys doing? You feel like it's like normal level of junior year?
I mean,
Like, what's normal?
I think we're like right at the beginning of it getting really hard. Like
Okay.
it's like slowly been increasing, but I think we're just starting to get into it, like having a lot of stuff to do and everything.
One more thing to add, we actually, during one of our flex periods, the seniors went into a junior class, or the junior classes went into senior classes. And we were able to give advice and tips for their junior and senior year, which I thought was really great because when I was a junior, I would have loved having that advice from seniors. And so it was really great to just talk to them and give them advice for like what they should do, because I had a few juniors come and email me afterwards and say, wow, like, thank you for coming and talking, like what you said really helped me. And now I want to like, I said I'd like to do things within the community, and I like to attend community Zooms, whatnot. And so because of that, I found a lot of connections and networking and whatnot. So they like told me that kind of inspired them. And so I think being able to go and talk to these juniors, that helped them a lot as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think it helps like in my flex, we mostly talked about college and stuff like that. And also the seniors gave us advice and like resources to use while we're still in school and while we can. So it's definitely helpful, and it's something that we've never done before, and I think we should definitely keep doing it because I liked it a lot.
And then one other thing I'm going to reflect is that one of you had come up with this kind of really great statement that you know, like, I know that last week, the junior parents and juniors were able to talk to guidance about, you know, kind of like what happens over the next 2 years, what happens. But one of you had mentioned that it would have been really great if you'd been able to talk about that as a sophomore. Because it seems like, you know, kind of you're plugging for college. And then all of a sudden you hit your junior year and they say, there are these other options, you know, you could take a gap year, you could do this, and you're like, oh, but wait, I am on the train to college and to this, you know, like this trajectory. And do you still feel that way, that it would be good to have kind of more information about what post high school life looks like when you're closer to 15 or in your sophomore year? I mean, is that something that would still resonate? And you don't have to tell me right now, but I did find that a really interesting idea, that there are so many things, you know, that people can do right out of school, and it doesn't have to be college right away.
Yeah, definitely. I think from when we're little, it's always, what's your dream college? Where do you want to go? What do you want to
I'm
do?
not sure we have those
And-
conversations around the Riley household, but it's nice to know other people.
And so I think starting conversation not only about college from a younger age, but also saying there's other things out there. You can make money other ways. You can have a happy life by not going to college. And I think we're put in this great school and this great education, and then we're sort of, most teachers are like, so where's everybody going to college? And we're like, maybe some kids are like, oh, maybe I'm going to take a gap year, or maybe I'm going to go tour Italy or something like that. And I think that's really cool, and that's really unique, and you don't see that very often. And I think more conversation surrounding the other options would be really great. I also do think college is a great option, and
Yeah.
so
I wonder if that's one of those things that we can be looking at with, you know, Mrs. Hagan been talking about, you know, like, how do we talk to parents about that too? How is that within Challenge Success? How do we talk about, you know, like thinking about the culture of how we move things forward? So before these guys get into their mental health kind of survey, which they've done phenomenally well, I don't know if you guys saw it. Do you want to ask anybody anything about kind of their experiences right now, or how things are?
I'd love to dive into the survey.
Let's do it. Yeah,
Please.
thank you. So when we were coming up with conversations, what we had really talked about, these folks came up with it on their own. What would they like to talk to us about? How can we think about things about policy, about how we support students? And they came back with the question, like, how do students know, and what do they know about accessing mental health services, and how comfortable are they doing that within the high school kind of population right now? And so Mrs. Hagan and Dr. Worthley and these folks put together a survey and really did a great job of making sure that got out to the student body. And I think they got a really nice sampling. Again, you know, and I just so appreciate what you've done. I don't know who would like to take point at this point, but if you guys kind of want to dive in, I'm fine with that. It's informal, and I love what you did. And of course, we'll hop in questions.
Awesome. All right, so this survey was created by the elected class representatives, Catherine Waters, Catherine Bannister, Elizabeth Canciaco, and Sophie Shield, with support from Dr. Worthley, in an attempt to gather information about student mental health concerns. And the purpose of the results is to raise awareness about mental health resources and help determine the necessities to help mental health of students. So as you can see, we got just about a quarter of each grade to answer the response. We got 190 responses total from the school, which isn't as many as we hoped, but we definitely think, we talked about why we think that only that many people responded, and I think it's just the trust issue with filling out surveys and being honest.
No trust issues.
So yeah.
So was it just sent by email, or did you guys spend time in Flex to do
Yeah.
it?
So it was sent by email as well as class Facebook groups and class Google Classrooms.
Okay, cool.
And the next few slides are just gonna be survey highlights that we picked out from some of the results that we found. So the first one is, how comfortable are you initially speaking out about mental health support when you need it? 1 being not comfortable and 5 being very comfortable. As you can see, it's right in the middle, so people aren't necessarily not comfortable, but they're not extremely comfortable. And honestly, that sounds about right, from people that I know, and just there's still a stigma around mental health, so it seems correct for just the way everything is, that most people are in the middle about talking about their mental health. So the next one was, do you know where to seek out mental health? I think this was one of the most important questions that we asked on the survey. And thankfully 83.7% students said yes, which I think is extremely important. It means that the school does a great job just getting out information about where to go seek help, and that's really important because I think just kids always need a place to go talk to someone, in Medfield obviously does a great job with that based off of these results right here. And then finally, how has COVID impacted your mental health? Most people said COVID impacted it a lot. And it's just interesting to point out because that leads on, everything that happened from COVID, it never went away. So it just has continued. So it's just people, their mental health has well, actually, I don't really, it might have gotten worse, and it's still continuing to this day right now.
So the next question was, which of the following school resources have you accessed? And over 50% said they've accessed a guidance counselor, which is a good amount of people. And then another thing was a lot of teachers, and then also but there's also lots of they haven't accessed anything yet, and just overall the school resources aren't really utilized to the extent they really can be.
Do you know how many people would have accessed, do we have a Medfield outreach in there, or was that kind of just kind of put in the group of therapists or living, have thoughts about that? It's not one of them?
Not on this one, it's on the next one, not the
Okay.
next one, the next one that looks like this.
Okay, all right, then move on.
Yeah, we didn't love that data too much.
Okay.
We were thinking of not including that one. So the other ones are much better.
All right, great.
And then the next question was, would you be more apt to access mental health support in school or out of school? And most people are much more comfortable accessing it out of school, and just thinking about ways that we can get people to be more comfortable seeking it in school. And another thing with the lack of trust in it, is that the same reasons that they're less apt to go to Medfield Outreach or RISE or guidance or stuff. Yeah. And then lastly, the last one was, if you are more likely to access mental health support out of school, what would you call, or what would you access? And a lot of people say their doctor and places of worship and friends and family. Yeah.
Do people have a general understanding that Medfield Outreach is there for you and physically in the building, but also not part of the school, so it's part of town? And do you think people know what they can do with it? I mean, would it be helpful? Because they are kind of a good kind of bridge to, and I think that Mrs. McDonald talks a lot about how she and Mrs. Goldstein are a bridge between when you have no one or you need help, and how do they get to help, or as you're kind of finding your own referral, how do they kind of support you without necessarily having to go through the school kind of process of how do you get to rise, how do you get to adjust, you know, like that kind of thing. Do you people have a general sense of like how the town works that way?
Over the last 2 years, I think Outreach has done a really great job of implementing themselves within the high school more and trying to get word out. I think a little bit more of an effort, not an effort, that's not the right word, but a little bit more attention in the high school and doing more projects and doing more hands-on stuff so that the students will have more of an idea that they are there for the students and they like that is a resource that the students can go to. I think little by little, the students will start to learn that just like guidance is there and out of school therapists are there for you, Outreach is there as well.
Okay. Thank you.
So the next one is, do you have a trusted adult in school that you feel comfortable talking to about your mental health? And I thought this was a pretty big takeaway for yes, because 59.7% said yes. I think unsure, which is 30%, is definitely like, okay, but I think that yes could be higher. And I also think 12.1% that said no is a pretty good number because that's not too high. And I think most people do have someone, but I also think that, I was thinking that freshmen may not know the teachers in the school as well as upperclassmen. So I think that definitely had an effect on the response to this question.
And did people think of this as a school specific or just adults in general? Like, you know, are they worried that if they went and talked to their parents and said, I feel sad, that their parents would be like, oh my God, you feel sad? Like, you know, like how, do you have kind of a sense of that? You don't have to, I'm curious about the nuances around that.
This question is just for in school, but
Oh, in school.
Yes,
See, no,
others
I
don't
don't
touch
have my glasses on,
okay,
so I'm missing something. I apologize.
That's okay.
But yeah. Thank you.
So the next one is, what factors negatively affect your mental health? The highest is assignments and tests. With that, I think assignments and tests generally will stress people out and
When
negative
did you take this survey?
very recently.
Very recently,
Like just
Within the
before
past
the
week.
like last week.
last week or the week, yeah. So was it around that time, just around Thanksgiving, where there are a lot more kind of
Yeah.
quarterly testing?
Yeah,
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 and the
Yeah.
week back from Thanksgiving, it's all amped up, so.
yeah. Interesting.
I think generally, I think everyone could say that, but I
Yeah,
also
Yeah.
think time management of students has an effect on that because I feel like those who will get work and do it right away, maybe this wouldn't apply to them, but others who maybe not schedule their time out and get them done quicker, it might hurt them a little bit more. And I also think another one to touch upon is students, because I think that could mean peers, relationships with others, just the student body in general, which is interesting. So for this one, this is factors that positively affect your mental health. This was a much higher percentage for students, which is good to see. Family, arts, sports, the ones that were lower on the negatively affect your mental health are now higher, which is good to see.
And lastly, we are thinking of ways to try to bring these numbers, either whether it's like we want to decrease the stress or we want to increase the overall happiness within the school. We are going to try to continue to advertise available resources we're doing with Active Minds, a mental health awareness club within the high school. We are doing a small project where we're going to put posters on the back or flyers on the back of bathroom stalls and in the bathrooms with available resources within the high school and within the town as well. And then suicide hotline resources as well. And then we are also going to share results with teachers so that, because we were a little alarmed by the teachers question, if we go back to what are the factors that are negatively affecting your mental health, we got 43.7% of people said that teachers were negatively impacting students' mental health. And that could be, we were talking about it, that could be easily from like tests and quizzes. And so just from that, like generally
So kind
the
of
teachers,
teasing
it kind
out where
of
that
goes
is.
together.
Yeah,
So we're going to discuss with teachers and just see what they think, see what they can, if there's any way that they could potentially try to help students. And then we're also going to share results with students. And through this, I think they'll be very interested by the results to see how the way that they're thinking might not be as different as they might think it is, which I think could have a great result. And then we're also planning some class events and activities to relieve stress. We were talking about what other schools have done in the past, and we're going to try to do some fun things that are COVID friendly, of course, and just try to relieve some stress within the high school. We want to change these numbers a little bit. And then with Active Minds, the Mental Health Awareness Club, I'm the president. And for this, we were talking, Catherine works with me on that club, and we are going to try to be a hub club where we work with other clubs within the high school to get them more involved with mental health, building up these projects and then implementing them within the high school. And then we're also going to work with more faculty and guidance and just try to increase conversation of mental health and reduce the stigma.
do you think some of, for instance, kind of stigma busters, do you think that people being, like, and certainly not putting this on anyone, but people who are kind of admired folks, and, adults, staff disclosing that they use mental health services, or that we stop using the word mental health and just realize it's a whole dang body? It isn't just, that this is a kind of a multi-system issue, but, adults disclosing that they got ADHD, or that they struggle with depression, or that they also see a therapist, or that they may also be on medication, and for other students, that kind of disclosure, do you think that that helps with stigma? Because I think that as adults, we still continue to worry that people will judge us on essentially what is a health condition, and seeing, at this point, so much around neurology and biology and kind of intersystemic kind of issues that, do you think that there's even that kind of easiest like baseline being, like, how do we build that trust to make people feel secure enough to say, yeah, I have been in therapy for the last 5 years, or I was having a real struggle a couple of years ago, or I didn't know how to parent this part or do that. Like, are those things that you feel would help, or is it like, wah, 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 and the peanuts teacher? Would that be a stigma buster? Are there other things that you think might help?
Absolutely. I think that normalizing mental illness, mental health, and therapy of whatever type would be hugely important to start people, like, get people to realize it's not that crazy, it's not that weird, and just overall just normalizing it and making it not that scary, and just, I don't know, it's something I'm very passionate about. So it's hard when I put on the spot for a question like this.
Of
but
course, I'm so sorry.
No, but I think definitely increasing conversation, talking about it more, not making it this big secret that it feels like it has to be, because everybody has mental health. Some people face mental illness more than others, and that's okay. But people need to realize that feeling sad and feeling depressed, that many people deal with that as well. And so I think over the course of this year, and then for years to come, Active Minds and the rest of the school is going to try to do a better job to increase conversation and try to normalize these very normal feelings.
Well done. I just think this survey in itself is a huge step forward.
Right.
Because this is from the students, for the students. So I think this is powerful coming from you guys, and not just another, top-down thing. So well done, and thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you for having us.
And I just have one other question though. So you say you're going to share your results with teachers and with students. Do you guys have a flex time that you've scheduled to do, or how are you going to do this?
We haven't quite
discussed that.
discussed that
Oh,
yet.
okay.
The last thing I want to do is stress them out more about mental.
Well,
No,
no, they say,
no, like,
I think it's a fair question.
No,
Yeah, yeah,
absolutely.
No, I do.
Absolutely.
That's one of the things I felt badly about. It was like, all of a sudden, I was like, oh my God.
No, just let
I
me
need to
answer.
go do something.
So I think we had a meeting today to kind of talk about the data a little bit, kind of talk about what we want to share with you today. And then, it was kind of a rushed meeting, if you will. I think we were planning on having another meeting this week, but we had to cancel it. So I think we're going to make sure to stay in touch over the next couple of weeks to kind of figure out how we want to configure this. And so it's not like pointing fingers at teachers. It's more so sharing our data and sharing like what the students are feeling. And so we get the best result out of sharing the data with not only the teachers, but the students as well.
I guarantee you, the staff who are around you are seeing so many of these things
Mhm.
with kids more than they ever have. And I am sure that they would appreciate so much just knowing, what they can do to help. And also, this has been a really hard year for a couple of years for them too. And the fact that we're bringing this out into the open more, I think is incredibly important. And so I appreciate really just even you guys bringing the football. I do so much. So please go home.
Not okay.
You don't have to talk.
Oh, I sure do.
Okay.
So just a couple reactions. I mean, I think that, this is really well done and I appreciate you guys doing this. I think certainly the social emotional learning piece has been a focus of the district for a while. So I feel like, when I look back to when we first started sharing the Metro West health data, right? That was never shared and we did forums on that and got people involved and tried to normalize those results. We weren't hiding them. We were trying to put them out there and make sure that folks knew them. I think one thing that surprised me about the survey is I didn't see the nurses mentioned, because I know the nurses do a lot of support with mental health, a lot. I was surprised not to see them up there as a place that kids go to. Maybe they don't think of it that way because they're
Maybe
going
they just
down to the
think of it
nurse.
as their help.
Yeah, they don't think of it that way, but that's
They've got the
really,
right idea.
I know that our nurses do a lot of work around that. And it made me think after, when I read this yesterday or this morning, whenever I read it, that we probably need to do another interface campaign. So when we first did interface, we got a lot of information out there and we did posters and we did cards and we did all of that stuff. And I sent out tweets and it was really trying to get as many folks involved in that as we could. And our numbers are still really good. People are using the service, but maybe doing another push at the high school level to get that out there so folks know that, and kids know that that's an area that they can call, their parents can call, and they can get them set up with mental health support. So.
And having used them myself for my family at certain points, they really do take you by the hand and they do not let you go until you have someone, right? And that somebody that you like and feel like you can work with. You don't just get dropped off on the doorstep. They call back and they figure out whether that person is the right person for you. So interface is a really great program.
And lastly, in terms of the stigma issue, which I think we've talked about, and adults the same thing. The fact that we're talking about this at a school committee meeting, that you folks did that and you did all that, the survey would have never happened. We were in high school 30 years ago. Would have never happened 10 years ago in this place. So I'm really proud of the way you guys have taken this on. I think it's really important work. So thank you for doing it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, we can set the question or comment. Did you see anything? I see you did the respondents by class. Did you see anything within the questions by class that stood out? The stresses are higher in one place versus, ninth grade versus.
Yeah, so it was all together, the data. So we didn't separate it by grade. So we're not really sure. We were just assuming that college things and that would be more geared towards like upperclassmen, but overall.
There's no wrong answer.
Yeah.
The second question, or the second is a comment. I love the idea of sharing it with teachers, and students, whoever said a comment, like, it's not, no one's afraid of it. I think we said, hey, we're not playing it because we're all in it together. We guarantee we're all trying to talk about it. So I would, Dr. Wood is coming in
In January, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, we would be loving that, hey, how can you turn this into something bigger? Because I think
Well,
it
and
is
also, what is
fantastic.
our responsibility in trying to do something better? How can we support you? We have, you know, three basic areas: budget and policy and communication. You know, how do we do that for you? So thank you, because this is really important data. These are things that I can tell people, and yet it's safe because there's no identifying data, but these are things that we can really bring to the community and say, this is where they're struggling, and this is what they tell us. So thank you.
Thank you very
I
much.
Thank you so
really
much.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Now, go home. Take a nap.
I'm gonna make mac and cheese. Thank you so much.
And Nat, sorry, an hour after. Does anybody need to take a seventh inning stretch? Shake it out.
Oh,
a
and
minute.
why- when we take the- we
Need
definitely have the
power.
heat turned off. And I know it-
Breathing.
but yeah, I didn't pull it up like I would normally, right?
Yeah, I'll make you presenter.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank
And
you.
we'll talk soon. Thank you. All right, so just to introduce what's going on from here. The next thing is Nat has Mr. Vaughn, who is the principal of Lake Middle School, is doing the opening report to the committee, which we pushed off a couple of times just for different reasons. And then also an update on the research and evolution of the standards-based reporting at Blake, kind of where professional development and kind of the development around that has gone over the last 6 months or so. So I see that they're pretty interrelated, so I'd like to take public comment after that. If anybody is here to do public comment on SBR, so that we can kind of do both at the same time, since they're interrelated. If that's okay with the rest of the committee again? Yeah, okay. Leo, you still there? Leo? Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm still here. I thought I was on video. Giving you the thumbs.
Exactly.
I'm
All
just
right,
muting
thank
myself.
you.
You don't hear me cough.
I hear you. Sorry about that, bud. Okay, Matt,
Thanks for having me.
talk to us.
It's great to be here. So I just wanted to share, these are the three pictures of Blake. In the bottom two, Karen Schaefer is one of the teachers at the high school, walks her dog in the neighborhood. Whenever there's a beautiful picture of her Blake, she sends it to me. So she bought them pictures. I just love them. So I love just sharing them. So thanks for having me. It seems a little off of, just give an opening update when it's December.
I know.
So all good though. So it's gonna be a
We're
little
still
bit different
open.
things.
Very
So
open.
these are the talking
There you
points
go.
of this. So I just want to thank school committee, central offices, custodians, support staff, and students for, it's been a great opening and start to the year. And what I'll share is, I wasn't trying to kind of be a negative doomsday because I'm an optimist, but had an inkling that this was going to be a challenging year. This has been a challenging year. I just think it's really important to name, and I think, you know, the students speaking to it as well. And it's just awesome being here and having them talk, because self-care is so important. We talked about it with our new teachers this week, when Kathy and Chelsea came with the new teachers when we were leading the new teacher class this week. So it's an important topic. And I think that's just the undergrounding of what we're trying to do at Blake, and I know within the district. I also want to give just an acknowledgement for Kelly Campbell, who's out on leave right now. And I just want to, you know, I can't thank Jeff enough for support, and our school support and the community support that's been shown for Kelly. Truly appreciates the leave, and we're all thinking about her. And with that, a huge shout out to Marsh Berkowitz, who's just been amazing, incredibly overqualified. And I have a mentor just helping along. It's been a great transition. So just want to thank you for that. Also, just at the, really, I think Tricia and Arlene, our nurses, just have been immensely important. As we know, all throughout, we are so blessed within the district of our nurses, and they just, every day, everything, they are every care provider for all of us. In school, out of school, on the weekends, everything. And not slighting other districts, but for my colleagues, that's not always the case. Correct. And that's a real testament to what's in place. So just a real shout out to them. And our admin assistants, and we're blessed with Matt Fraser, our head custodians, Amy Collar and Michael, just to help establish the groundwork for what we need for learning. So just to give some numbers where we're at Blake, our numbers are climbing back up a bit. We have 570 students which is 11 more than we had last year at Blake. 207 in sixth grade, 184 in seventh, 176 in eighth. And in sixth grade, that's 7 new students this year. Seventh grade, we had 10 new students this year. And eighth grade, we had 3 new students. And what I'll note is some of those new students are students that took a different path last year during the unique year of COVID, whether it was a private school, a homeschool situation, or a different situation. So some of those students we had in sixth grade left for seventh and came back for eighth. And we had 17 new Blake staff members, including reconfigurations and reassignments. In particular, I want to thank the committee and the community for supporting the addition of a full-time adjustment counselor at Blake. Stacy Burns has been a wonderful addition. And it's definitely been some readjusting and kind of norming how we work within our student services at the school, because Russ was amazing, but as we know, incredibly overstretched. And it's just been a great position. It's really helped bring a new lens into our school. Safety protocols in COVID, just to note, I want to commend our students. You know, as Steve was saying just about Dale Street, our students are more adaptable than any of us, and they just adapt. I would say everyone's tired of the masks, but know the need is there. But as far as impacting our school, it's not much. I mean, we have a 7-minute, 8-minute mask break, and lunches are still different in that way. But you know, kids have really adapted to that, which has been great. Pool testing has been really helpful. And that's been a nice thing on the routines as well, and the test and stay protocol again with the nurses and the company that's coming in. And from the student support lens, that's our #1 priority, which I think touches on what the kids were talking about, that we need to make sure we're keeping an eye on that. Facility updates, want to really thank you for, and again, the committee and support for our gymnasium and bleachers. It was much needed. Those bleachers were not safe. We had sections of the bleachers that we weren't able to use. We were worried about town use, and they were falling apart. And the gym is just absolutely gorgeous. New fresh coat of paint. It's beautiful. So thank you for that. It's been nice to be able to use the auditorium again because with COVID protocols, and also library space and maker space has been reinvigorated. So those are really kind of hands off last year. So that's been a real nice. And just today and this week, we're doing the hour of code. So it's just awesome to have that back. We're lucky to have Diane Horvath and Carrie Cowell working together. From a supports for students angle priority, that is our priority. You know, we always want to think about that. And this year we definitely noticed and have been experiencing a lot of challenges with kids. And just in the sense of normalizing again what school means and how to commune and be together. Recess, kids had not done recess. Kids had not been together. Didn't know how to walk in hallways 2 ways. I think you're all aware of the TikTok challenges that we dealt with, and I think it's important to name that. That's a big thing. And thinking about, we've been talking as a staff, is looking at our environment to meet kids where they're at. And to not always say, how come the kids aren't here? We need to adjust what we're doing to meet them, to help support them all the time. So always keep in mind care, flexibility, and grace at all times. And always looking at our schedule and structures that we look at. Goals for the year have remained, you know, how we meet them are different, but always amplifying student learning, curate teaching practices to foster professional growth. That's a real passion of ours at middle school. And to enhance student reflection via formal and informal systems and feedback, which I'll touch on later, which our overarching question is always, how can we cultivate and curate student learning and growth? Our theme this year is imagination. And so we really have had conversations with students and staff about how an imagination can really help look forward, which I think is a big learning skill for the kids. Our mission is to meet students where they're at, bring them forward, as I said. So always looking at our building curriculum accommodation plan. Do we have structures in place that allow us to adapt and be flexible to meet needs of learners? And I mean all learners, capital all, in that way as we're looking at it. Collaboration and consistency is incredibly important from a teaching lens to make sure when we're looking at the accommodation plans in place. Our advisory structure, each year, I really want to thank our district that we allow and provide R&D projects. And that's one thing we're always looking at, is how to best use that time and help structure it. So this year we're doing 2 periods of recess a week. I would love to do it every day. It's just trying to balance everything. And that's, you know, even some kids already, it's too cold to go out for recess. What, we're going out. But also trying to offer
Put
different
on a
spaces.
sweater, what do you got?
That's right. Within that too is thinking about students is we have continued in April of 2020. One thing we started doing is regular check-ins with kids through Google Forms. We've kept that up to monthly check-ins now, doing that. And that is, and I'll highlight a couple things that have come out of that. That's been incredibly helpful. And they are not anonymous. and kids know that, but it helps us tune in and we get hearing voices from every kid, and we're able to, because we're giving it during advisory. It's rare that we're not at 100% with that. So it really helps us get a sense of where kids are at. Metro West Adolescent Health Survey, this was on this year as well, so we gave it in November. So that'll be helpful data for us. And also this week, again, aligning what the high school students talked about. This was the week that we did the Samaritans suicide awareness presentation and webinar. Low attendance Monday night of parents. And we're trying, not to overly read into that. I think that part of it is, I think a lot of families that have siblings or kids went through are okay with it, in that way. And we actually had 0 opt-outs this year, which is, again, maybe they don't read emails, just name that.
I'm sure that is not.
No, and I mean, I get that as a parent as well, but that's an important piece. An issue that aligns with our district DEI task force is always looking at our closely responsive practices, which I think aligns with the BCAP too. Looking at our opportunity and achievement gaps that we have for students, with Dr. Power and working with our with the district and department chairs, the implementation of the implicit bias tool that we're looking at all of our curricula. Blake Battle's bias has been reinvigorated with Megan Tress and Caragella meeting. We've got a good number of kids coming every week, or it's actually every other week now. We weren't sure if every other week would be consistent enough, but they've been coming, which is great. Through the merge district-wide team and the Blake team, so continually trying to have those conversations be on the forefront of our thinking. And also fortunate that the funding that was in place to have Colby Sweatberg come back and do work regarding LGBTQ plus and community that the coalition PTO in our district had funded that was in place for March of 2020. They've reserved that funding. So we're working with Colby and then Jeff Parati from Safe Schools at DESE to come back hopefully in January, February to work with all of our students and the community as well. And that will be working with our staff too. Feedback and reporting I'll talk about later. And then from a culture of the student involvement, culture and growth, just some highlights I want to share that we've had this year. It was awesome to have the veterans back in for our Veterans Day visit. I think Jeff would echo, it's really probably my favorite day of the year. Absolutely. One of the veterans came in and gave a hard time about having to wear the mask. And in the stage, he said, do I really have to wear it? I said, you do. He goes, I can't hear a blanking thing. This thing on. It's pretty funny. But one of the veterans did share this is the first social thing he had done since March of 2020. And I'm like, I tear up easily, but it was amazing. And also it was such a great moment to see kids with our veterans. We had such concerns socially of how our kids were doing, and they were just absolutely amazing. So that was just wonderful.
And just the one thing too that I ended up tweeting out because it was just unbelievable that one of the veterans said to us, this means a lot more to us than you guys could ever know. To have the recognition, to get into a classroom and talk to kids about it, and then have lunch and have those conversations again was just really special for
It
them.
was great. So I'm really thankful that was able to work. And some of the relationships that our teachers have formed with the veterans, one of our teachers, they now exchange Christmas cards and holiday cards with one of the veterans and have known the teacher's kids since they were born about 8 years ago. It's just been an awesome thing for our community, which again, I think speaks to, we can't do that stuff enough, is to bring them in. The theater production, I want to thank Tracy and the whole crew. The Descendants was awesome to have kids back in the theater, just like we're feeling with the winter concerts, just to be back.
Matt, can you share how many kids signed up for theater this year? Because I can if you want me to, but it was insane.
Yeah, I mean,
You think about the population.
yeah, I would say we're close to almost one third of the school.
Right. And the fact that Tracy was able to figure out a way to rotate and make every single one of those kids actually
Absolutely, yep.
feel like they had a
Had
job.
4 shows, and they were all sold out, and we did the spaced out seating, but it's just an amazing way. And the kids just feel such a safe connection. And I think that's what it's all about, is trying to get different avenues for the different kids doing that.
Theater kids will save us.
And then intramurals, been very active this fall. The winter set will be on. Also, a change that we did through the pandemic was looking at our student council, that we no longer do student council elections. It's open to all students, which I will say, like, I love it. It has some challenges because not every advisory may have a student council kid. You don't have the regular attendance, but my view is the approach outweighs any of that. And we just been working on that, so that's been great. Our Blake GSA has been incredibly active, higher numbers than we've ever had, which I think speaks to a lot of our culture, hopefully, that being more open. But also I know we have a lot of work to do in that area as well. And I mentioned the hour of code earlier, and also one thing that we weren't able to gather as a full school assembly for the Thanksgiving assembly, which for the kids, the highlight is the little automatic pig races. And kids are hyped about it, so we're actually looking at the weather next week, which looks incredibly warm and mild. We may try to be outside as a school to do that, so.
Good.
I will pause. I know I speak really quickly. That is part of the update.
Wonderful.
And then to transition into the next slide, I've shared this and just going to highlight some of the questions that we asked for monthly check-ins. So this is a study that was done in a Gallup student poll in 2015. And just to highlight for those watching, the blue line is in the last 7 days, I've learned something interesting in school. Green line, I have fun at school. Red line is at this school, I get to do what I do best every day. And the trajectory is not encouraging that we see from 5th to 12th grade. And I share this always with our sociology classes whenever Melinda asks me to come over and talk about school and things. And this is something that I share every year at parent nights. And last year on the webinar, one of the incoming 6th grade parents said, hey, do you ask these questions of your own students? And we didn't. So we started incorporating some of these questions in. So just to highlight some of the results from there, because I think it's important. We want to, we expect that to start to happen, but should we? And should we start to change our view on that? So these are just some results from last June's end of school survey that we asked of kids. So this is in June of 2021. I just want to preface this. This is not saying that everything was rosy, but there was a lot of talk of learning loss and that it was a gap, it was a lost year of learning. So these numbers on the far right are a combination, the ranges are from 6th to 8th grade. So during this school year, I learned something interesting in school, 85 to 86% of our students, and we had a 90% response rate on this survey. Strongly agree and agree. Second one, this year I grew and improved as a learner, 83 to 91% strongly agree and agree. Blake is a place where I can do my best every day, 77 to 82% strongly agree and agree. And the final one, I have fun at Blake, so 69 to 73% strongly agree. I would love to see 100%, I would. But the bottom one, I just want to caveat, that's in a year that kids had hybrid learning, remote learning, we're not with their friends. So I felt good about it. I would far rather see a number closer to 80, but with this, we felt good about it, but it's also now we want to delve into a little bit more, what can we do to have more fun? We always try to say, how can we make your day better? Some kids are like, let us go home, tell Dr. Marshall to call it snow day. I was like, oh, I'm fine. Not sure. So next slide. So this is a question that we've added to our monthly reflection. So this was from November 2021 about the October. The month of October was a positive one for me. So what you'll see is 77 to 81%, which I think is good. I think we can do better, but I want to keep pushing that. And this is the thing too, is some of the other questions that we ask is there anything else you want to talk about an adult? And we've gotten some really good information that kids are putting some things in. We sometimes get an inappropriate response. That's okay. But I'd far rather open the door for kids to give some feedback. So with that, these are things that we want to keep in mind as we're looking at all of our systems, which is part of the work of what this is. So what this slide is, I'll just transition into, if that's okay with the committee. Okay. The up top is a hyperlink, just the committee has there, another slide deck to the follow-up plan that we developed as a school in response to Dr. Power's report that was shared with us at the end of April. And so that's just a screenshot of like what the format of our plan looks like, where there were 4 recommendations in the report. We created action steps and timelines. So the recommendation I'm going to talk most about is recommendation number 4, but as with everything, you can't talk about anything in isolation. All of these intertwine. The first 3 recommendations, recommendation 1, and this is my summary, so this is my language. I may not be fully as representing what Christine's language may be in the report, but this is my language. The first one is about looking at grades 6 through 12, assessment-focused alignment, professional development. Looking at that work, that work is, I think it's always ongoing, but we can do a more formal work in that regard. And I know Christine's been working with us, and that would be some upcoming professional development as well. School-wide, grades 6 through 12, or schools-wide would be a better term. Recommendation 2, calibration and coordination of the format of how our reports are going home, as well as the practices. meaning, and it'll make more sense when we get into more details about how we calibrate, how we're scoring, giving feedback, so that if a science teacher says this is meeting this, this would be consistently doing this learning skill, would a social studies teacher be in that same boat calibration, as well as grade 7 English with 3 teachers across, vertical and horizontal in that way. It also touches a little bit into recommendation 3 when we're talking about just the physical layout of the reports, because it wasn't in Aspen. Some of the reports that went home, those of you, I mean, all of you have had middle schoolers through this process. Some of them were portrait, some of them were landscape, different fonts. So really, item 3 is centralized reporting in Aspen. I cannot thank Beth Leducer enough, and a number of our teachers. That was part of the R&D that helped that. So next slide. These were, so in May and June, we started thinking about, all right, let's tease out some of the bullet points that were within Dr. Power's report, as well as what are the things we have to really be thinking about to operationalize it. So reporting on learning skills and priority standards separately. That was a theme that we'll touch on later that I think was a very positive, that was not universally, but kind of widespread of different stakeholders, that people appreciated that view on assessment. The recommendations said that grade 6 and related arts teachers maintain standard-based reporting. The idea that came up through the report was the idea of, should it be a 4-point scale versus a 3-point scale? And then potentially, well, what would a 4 mean? Would it mean meeting the standard? Would it mean exceeding the standard? Would it mean something else? What might that mean? So that was an ongoing discussion. Need for calibration of learning skills, which I would say we'll never run out of that need. And then the idea of our interim reports, family outreach period, conferences at the middle school, you know I'm a strong advocate for. Would those be student-led conferences? Would these family conferences? So those are the things we were thinking about. And if I'm going too fast, please just push the brakes. So this is the actual what the report card will look like. And they will be going home on Monday. This is the overview of a sample report card. So it's in Aspen. So again, this is a huge thing for our staff. I think it'll be incredibly important for clarity for students and families too, that it's all in one place. So you'll see at the top, the learning skills are consistently, often, sometimes, and rarely, and it's observed, because we're thinking too is we can't say for sure things that we don't observe with students in front of us. They may be having these learning skills at home or outside, but we want to make sure we're only reporting on what we know. And on the priority standards, meeting the standard, approaching the standard, not meeting the standard. So with this scale has not changed at all for terms 1 and term 2. Anything we were operationalizing from the report, we're going in for, as far as any changes would be for term 3 of this year, because we're on a trimester basis. So what you'll see is for each of the courses that students in, priority standards, and then the 7 learning skills. And those are sample what that would look like. Good to keep going? Okay. So this summer, one of the R&D projects, the biggest one that we had, was looking at recommendation number 4, which that's a screenshot down below from Christine's presentation. That kind of the summary of recommendation number 4 was looking to adapt grade 7 and grade 8 reporting models to include elements of traditional grading systems with those goals. And this was a team of teachers. So you'll notice the cross-section of teachers, grade 6 through 8, a few department chairs, and as well as related arts, and all academics were represented as well in that. And then that paragraph on the right, I will not read aloud, you can read on your own, was what the proposal was for the project. Look at this. So when we are looking at feedback, I think it's important to take a step back and think about, well, what is feedback? How does feedback happen in the classroom? Whatever the feedback may be, whether it's a narrative, a conference, a grade, standard-based reporting, whatever it might be, there's 4 sort of, this is in what we kind of came to. I'm sure others that have a far deeper education than I would like to look at more levels. But the thing is, I'll just use social studies as an example. So you have a 7th grade social studies, that's the course. Priority standards are essentially, I mean, our state frameworks, you may have 39 elements of frameworks. We're not going to report on all 39. But the idea is, what's the key elements that we are looking at in that subject area? So like Orla's here tonight in science, they have the science and engineering practices. In theory, these priority standards should span from grades K through 12 in a subject matter, because they're the priority elements that would teach the content through. So the reason why I'm using actually social studies is they actually have 4 priority standards, and those came from the state. And then more thematic type of pieces saying, what are the themes of social studies you want to teach? So the priority standards are what drive the course. Well, if we're assessing on priority standards, you have assessments. Assessments lead to the priority standards because they're the manifestation of how we're assessing whether kids understand the priority standards. And then how do we make up assessments? Questions. Assessments is a very broad term. It could be a quiz, it could be a conversation, it could be anything. I think it's important. I'm a big fan of etymology. The word assessment, the root word means to sit beside. The real mirror moment, do most of our assessments look like we're sitting beside people? I don't know if our students would say that. So I'm just kind of noting that. That's a thing that's kind of say, what's the intent of our assessments? Is to sit beside and gain to see whether the students understand it. So those were the levels. And the reason why I want to show this is grading, broad term is incredibly complicated. And to calibrate it and to come up with however we're assessing, there's different levels that we want to calibrate to get there. So talking points for our work throughout was, there are 4 recommendations. One of the recommendations was, well, in big recommendations, we want to keep the best parts of SBR and meet what the recommendations came within the report from the findings. Part of that was have an introduction and grade. So it's kind of, what does that look like? This is my language, ambiguity, but I think that's something that I know Jeff has said he's heard for years. Is like, so what does a 2 mean? Because we had a 1, 2, 3 scale and a broad range of a 2. Is a 2 almost there or 2's not there? 2.5, a 2 plus, all those types of things. So there's a lot of ambiguity there. Again, the idea of a 4 scale, letter grades, what will that look like? How do we do that? Key considerations in my mind was, our mind collective is this sustainable? Is it operational? If we come up with a recommendation, we don't want to be in a period, well, it's going to take 6 years to roll it out. Is this something that we can transition, that the model we come up with, that is something that we can put in place with a reasonable amount of effort, knowing how much is on everyone's plates, and make it align with our work by term 3. And then finally, again, does it meet the recommendations within the report? So I'm sharing this slide because this is something I know you've all seen is like key points of standards-based reporting. One was that this gets under that category, best parts. We want to try to think, can we incorporate this in? More descriptive and actionable feedback to students and families, more meaningful and personalized grading reporting practices, and again, greater calibration. That's really important. Because from an equity standpoint, truly, if I have twins in 6th grade, I want to know and say, the student on this cluster and this student on this cluster are being assessed in a very, very common way. There's going to be some variance, but we can all think of times where, doesn't seem like that. That becomes an equity issue on learning. An assessment is really the culmination of that. So these were the best parts of SBR that kind of came from our staff, teasing out from the report and talking with Dr. Power, Dr. Marsden, and feedback both anecdotally and experientially. Alignment with standards and frameworks. Our assessments have never been as aligned as they are. I think that's something that people felt was, until we actually looked at every assessment and every question said, oh, question 3, that aligns to this framework. I have to report on it. That aligns. We found some of our tests were not fully aligned when we were in this work. So that's something we want to keep at. Reporting learning skills separately from understanding of the material, the standards. It's important to report on both, but let's not let it cloud the quote grade. Focus on learning versus achievement, aligning with current science and research practice about adolescence, and also what we've learned, being the royal we, about learning. A reflection of what students know, not what they did. So that idea of like not just being an autopsy, is this what they know versus I'm giving you a grade on something you did back in September, but you know it, so let's report that. And then a systemic approach to move learning forward. Is our system allowing to help foster learning versus just reporting? And then speaking from the I, the question was, so like, what's our charge? Meaning for me was, we have to keep coming back to what our charge was, which is what those pieces I mentioned before. So one thing that we worked on, it's a term that I've been reading more about, is like, so what's the litmus test, whether this is going to play out? So these were 6 different things. I'm sure there are more, but with each model our teams looked at was, we kind of wanted to test ourselves. Number 1, does the models that we come up with, the R&D team and then this fall looking at a staff, meet the recommendations within the report? If not, we got to toss it out. Number 2, these were big concerns that come up. Does it respond to concerns surrounding? And we hear some of that from our students that just spoke. These ideas of, is our systems addressing issues around diversity, equity, inclusion, multi-tiered systems of support, social justice, social emotional learning, like challenge success?
hard to do both, and just trying to think in the reality of where we are as a culture as well, and trying to marry that. Diminish the term number one for some. If you're not familiar with that term, Massachusetts is seen as a number one for some district, meaning that we're number one in most nation's scores, but not for all learners. And that's something that we want to get beyond. Are we addressing something that's going to support all learners? To support the why surrounding feedback, rest on learning research about student motivation, psychological safety and learning, and also allows for some flexibility. That not just global pandemics and issues, but, and I don't mean it lightly, individual pandemics and individuals, what's going on. Does our system of feedback have some adaptability? So fast forwarding through this work, going forward, thank you, Beth Leducer. All formal reports are in Aspen. That is enormous. Truly, the pages will be front and back or a staple front and back, depending on eighth grade, a little bit longer because they have more related arts courses, more labs that are reported on. Also, that's going to help us do a lot more data analysis and really looking at calibration. Why is it that so many students are getting consistently in this class, but only rarely in this class? Are there some equity issues to calibrate? It was harder to do when everything was in just the teachers' Google Docs. So that's an assessment global piece that will help us. Grade 6 and related arts are maintaining standards-based reporting. Our adaptations will take place in term 3. So out of this work, we're converting from a 1 through 3 scale to a 1 through 4 scale. And that addresses, the intent behind that really addressed that issue of the ambiguity of the two. So what it's shifting to, 1 will be not meeting the standard, 2 is partially meeting the standard, 3 is approaching the standard, 4 is meeting the standard. So it's teasing that out in that way. And that was a big driver that I know I've heard, and I think others have, and parents have said too, like, I'm not sure what this means. And hopefully that teasing out to another gradation will help in that manner. In addition, the letter grades will be given on the priority standards in term 3. And again, this is for grade 7 and 8. Grade 6 is maintaining from the 1 through 4 scale. It'll be shifting to still reporting out specifically by priority standards, but attaching letter grades to them. And this is something too, so it'll be A range, B range, C range. A strong feeling that came out of this work and with research coupling was seeing no true advantage to giving a student in middle school a D or an F and calling it not meeting the standard. And I think that's really important. And there are some that say, well, it's semantics. Well, language is incredibly important. And we do not want to pigeonhole kids learning in what they perceive themselves as learners later on. So converting to that way. So looking at trying to keep the best pieces of what was seen as standards-based reporting of priority standards, but also adapting to help introduce the letter grades in that system and working with that. This is not formalized, but I will say advocacy. This is a big thing that I think most of our staff, I cannot say all, advocacy for conferences. And then that's a big question. How do you operationalize that? It's more challenging at a middle school and high school because you have more students. How do you do that? Does it become a speed dating type of thing? Is it optional? Is it student-led combinations? I would love to pilot it, to try something out and try to operationalize that. I do recognize there's collective bargaining implications with that. But this is a conversation, I think, since day one with Jeff here is saying, I'd love to see this here. So this work, I think, has really led to some of that as well, because there's no replacement for just talking it through about how a student's doing. And then the idea of what do our interim reports come up with? There are some conversations saying, I miss a narrative. In our traditional grades, we used to give narratives on kids. Narratives are incredibly helpful. That said, I also want to think about sustainability for teachers and operationalizing it and just what's that sweet spot. So we've talked at different times, maybe doing a narrative at the end of term 2. Because I think the end of year narrative really is an autopsy. There's not much actionable from that. Term 1, do we know them enough? Term 2, thinking 2/3 through the year, I know the kid, I can give some feedback and some action steps that I can follow up on as a teacher and with the family as well. So again, I'm thinking idyllically. I don't know if that's a word. Calibration and continued discussions about feedback. This was what I shared with our staff, saying these conversations aren't going away. I think some people are like, can we be done talking about feedback? Never. We can't, and we can't stop talking about calibration. It's so important to be aligned in that work. And I would say from the work that in our experience as teachers, the more calibrated we were and are helped us through the quarantine period. Because
it can be very hard to calibrate with colleagues, because we all as educators have our own egos, but it is incredibly important to help out with the students. And then this is always critical, parent and family education and communication and outreach. Thinking about, and that's been a challenging thing for all of us with COVID. Webinars aren't the same as in person, but we're all incredibly busy. I know as a parent, I am too. It's hard to come out. So how do we kind of work on that? So that's been something I've been working with PTO on, and our school council. Our school council have been working on that. They've been incredibly supportive. Some of the members are here tonight with that work. So current work for Blake staff, and this were questions that we had the staff fill out a Google form in response to looking at the models, was collectively process all this. Now what do we do? And table group discussions from faculty meetings to content partner discussions, department discussions, and school-wide discussions as well. What I'll say is the actionable points that we really have to look at as a staff is, all right, we wanted a 4 to tease out the 2. Now what does that mean? If I'm looking at student work, is that a 2 or a 3? Is that approaching the standard, or is that partially being the standard? And we don't just want to slap a number on it. We should have some meaning behind it. So that's that benchmarking that some of our work has been doing with priority standards as well. And again, it all ties together. All the work we're doing that implicit bias is better informing our assessments too. So that was a lot.
Oh, no, I got it all.
All right, good. We can go on the road. So I just want to recognize that this has been, it's been a lot of work. It's been a lot. And as we know, people have very different feelings in different ways. And again, I'll just speak from the eye. I want to just say, some people may say, well, this was Nat's plan all along. I think everyone would agree that this wasn't Nat's plan all along, just being honest about what my feelings are. And I think our staff have varied ways, at different camps, just like that's everything. And one thing too is, Jeff, when you talked with our staff, talked about the idea of compromise. And I think that's something is we are never going to have 100% unanimity on one system. And one thing we know is trying with those litmus test questions, the idea was, are we putting something in place that's going to cause a different problem? We won't know that till we live it a little bit. So that's something like we always talk about is I get it. Some people are like, okay, now we're done. Maybe. We want to live with it a little bit to get a sense. One term is not going to be enough, but we want to live with it a little bit. Jeff and I were talking this week about it, just saying, if it's not working, let's adapt, but let's adapt in a measured way. And I think kind of looking at that. So I'll pause, questions, comments, talk.
Would anybody like to?
Yep. So I'm glad to hear this is adaptable. And first of all, I appreciate all of the work that has gone into this. I'm kind of stuck on the 4. And forgive me because I know this isn't the intent. But again, I have to also name it. And I'm thinking parents, myself included, would think, all right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 being the A, 3 being the B, etc. Yet on the 4 meeting standards, what I've witnessed through my own kids, what have you, they can still get, for now, they've gotten, a 3, for example, on a test or something, or an assessment, I should say, and they still get mistakes. So that's not and I know I'm not supposed to turn it into a letter grade, but I do because I'm an old person and I'm stuck in my ways.
You can still grow, Mom.
I can still grow and I'm trying to grow.
I do. I absolutely.
However, I'm kind of stuck on that.
Yep.
So in terms of A being exceeds standards, there is no exceed standards. So for example, I think of either math, you get 100% on the test, or writing a paper, you're doing well, but you make some grammatical errors. In old school, that would not be an A. Am I making sense to you?
Yeah,
I'm
you
trying.
are.
Okay.
And I will try and give a non-convoluted answer.
Okay.
Because it's a layered question.
Correct.
In my mind. So I think a couple things. One is our charge is to teach the standards and to report on the standards and frameworks from the state. Just to know that. Part of this operational sustainability is if we add a different category that we have never assessed before, that's going to take a lot of time for us to figure out. We have not yet determined what does exceed the standard versus meet the standard mean. So thinking from a scale is,
the work that we need to do to operationalize this for term 3 in a very short period of time, which it may not sound short, but it is short. We have a finite amount of time working with staff right now. Is the idea is that's a conversation I think that's worthy of having. I think that's a quick change to make, and it's a pretty significant change. Because some disciplines say you can't exceed the standard on my priority standards. Maybe in some disciplines, but maybe not. I would challenge that notion on also how we define 100% an A. And I think that's the challenge of marrying the two, of getting to the piece of calculating the grade. That was the rubber hits the road thing, is trying to figure out at the end of the day, what is the algorithm we're going to use to come up with a number? And that's a challenge. So I think that's the piece. I think the conversation of exceeds the standard is one that's worthwhile. I think we're moving it too quickly to add on to that. And the idea of, I think there's a lot of research to show that that's not supportive, meaningful feedback. The charge is to more look at, our goal is to have every student meet the standard. I totally hear you as far as cultural understanding of what that means, but they're also two very different systems on reporting. And that's why I'm reporting on the different priority standards is different than one aggregate grade at the end. That makes sense at all?
Yeah, ish, I
agree.
just, it's something, it's part of that last piece you said, that education piece. And
Agreed.
I've been exposed to this, but it's still hard for me as a parent.
I don't disagree. I don't. And I think that piece is evolving. And I think living with this system and seeing, and I think we have to get it to really get a sense of one thing that I'll say, inflation is very real in feedback.
Yeah, agreed.
I think there's I see less of it. We still have standard-based reporting inflation. And these are honest conversations I think we need to be having as a staff and acknowledging with the parents. I think you've all heard me say when we've done presentations. When we do some presentations on feedback, I think 3 things will happen. One, I think you'll be very confused. One, I think you'll be like, whoa, I hadn't thought about that. And third, I'm gonna be a little ticked off. Like, this is how I was assessed, or this is what's going on. So looking at some of those systems, I think is important, but really trying to undo some of that and get back to what is the focus for how we want to motivate kids and what that idea is.
And at your point, I think, and that mentioned earlier, that the implementation will take place this year and we're going to evaluate it again, and I think it doesn't mean that if it's not there now, it's never going to be there,
Exactly,
right? So I think it's
So
really
that's-
just going through the process and living with it and seeing.
Right, right. And that's why
but
I
your
started
point
off
is-
this conversation with, I'm grateful to hear that
Right.
it can be tweaked, and I think this is, we always aim to always improve, so.
No, I think there's some that are very, I would say there's some staff that were very concerned about adding to a 4, going from a 3 to a 4. And some say, well, should we add a 5? And some like, well, let's add a 6. I mean, I'm not kidding. It's the idea of when we visit Shrewsbury Public Schools, they had a 4-point scale. They added 0.5s because that teacher feels the teachers want a 3.25, a 3.7. I get it, because you start to do that, and I think then we're missing the boat on what we're trying to report on. But it's complex and to look at that. So I wish I had a more.
Nat, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Is it okay?
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry about that. First off, thank you for putting this together. I know it was a lot of work, and I want to thank you and your team because it is I want to remind everyone about this too. I think the one part that was missing that I'm glad to see is that you've got this into a machine readable format now, which means that you can actually do actual analytics on it, which is something I think we probably struggled with in the past when you're putting this information up against either MCAS scores or other benchmark assessments, right? Are they aligning in what they're telling you about whether or not a student's meeting a standard? So I commend you on, first off, getting that into that particular format. I think one of the questions that I would share too is, does this allow, or how is this going to identify, or how will teachers use this to engage students where they are, whether I can see where they are if they're not meeting the standard. What if they are meeting the standard and need to be challenged further, right? How does that look in that process?
Yeah, I would say that's the conversation we need to always be having, Leo. And I don't mean that as a flip or soft answer.
Well, I mean, I would also, Nat, just to reflect to that, Leo, I would wonder why it is that the way that we express meeting the standard, that is the assessment that we need to do, but that does not remove us from, and remove the teacher's motivation, the child's motivation from then teaching to that child. But there's an individuality there.
Of course.
That if we meet the standard, that's great. That's what we are supposed to be doing, and that meeting the standard means that there is a solid, kind of, that they've made that achievement in a solid way. And then you build from there. We don't necessarily, and this comes to, I think, a lot of our culture, must we exceed in all things? Is the benchmark to exceed against everybody else, and that is kind of a race to nowhere? Or do we teach kids equitably and we still teach to their individual strengths? And yes, I remember that, and I know that there is kind of this debate about how do we motivate adolescents? How do we motivate them? Do they understand this? Is it their intrinsic learning? And there is a point to that. But at the same time, I can really see how much really drilled down, kind of grinding out work that you and your staff have done on the standards-based learning over the last 6 to 8 months.
I guess.
But you think that there's like a culture part of this, right? Like
Yeah.
universal design
Yes.
and teaching to each child is different than what we are asked to do in terms of solidifying knowledge.
And one thing
And meeting that standard.
and I don't know, but.
Sorry, Leo.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just had one last question around that. And are these being fueled by common assessments across grade level and subject area? I guess is my follow up around that. So.
And that's the thing, Leo. I'm a huge proponent of common assessments.
Well, you understand why I'm asking, because that's going to be that will be the next the fallback behind that, right? Well, that's the fuel that says, for parents to help support their child in that process, right? If everyone's giving different assessments, then it's hard to.
Which gets into the different categories. When I will say one of the things too is we do not level classes until 8th grade math. These conversations, if we're not calibrated in common assessments, and I think every assessment should be common. And I think then you have definitions of common. I mean 100%. Because if Carrie's a teacher, I'm drawing you in.
Easier said than done.
Multiplication, 7 times 9. I do 6 times 8. I can't say we both have the same understanding of multiplication. They're different. So we need to be assessing the same thing, because then we have an equity issue when we're starting saying, well, this student got 90% or meeting the standard, this student didn't, and we're assessing on different things. That's not fair. And that's wrong, because we kind of do that. So I think that common assessment, Leo, is at the heart of it no matter what system. And that's some of the work that came out of when we were looking at the data. And that's the same thing. These distribution reports are the equivalent of grade distribution reports that really started all this. A lot of this work when I was assistant principal, looking at the data and seeing, and common assessments do not make it equitable. Common assessments, we had grade 6 science, another teacher here, try not to judge it, a 54% discrepancy of percentage of A's in grade 6 science. That was the most commonly aligned team we had in the school. It was how they valued the different factors going in, meaning percentage of tests. Did they do retakes? Did they not? Again, common assessments and common practices. The other thing.
So you talk about common weighting. You talk about common weighting versus assessment versus assignment versus homework and
all the above.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
And I think the other thing too is, and I don't know, Owen, if the screen can highlight just people are watching the report card. I think it's really important to distinguish to understanding of the content and giving a feedback on and the skills. We have students that are very compliant, meaning they do all the pieces, they can spit back the content. And hopefully our content is richer than just that. And that's why if you see the priority standards, they're much more thematic, because we all now, most of our students are walking around with this kind of computer in their pocket. Our assessments need to reflect more deeper thinking and deeper learning, which is something that Commissioner Riley is a huge piece that the Department of Ed is looking at and thinking, well, okay, maybe the student does meet the standards and all the priority standards, but are they consistently doing all those learning skills? I'm more concerned about that, to be very frank. And I think that's that conversation, looking at the learning skills. There's conversations about that. Standard 5, I think, is the most challenging one for our teachers to assess. Uses creativity to demonstrate learning. It's hard. And some disciplines have said, well, I don't think we should do that. When we do all those wordles and say, what do you want your student to be when they leave the Medfield Public Schools? I would challenge you if a parent didn't say, I want my child to be creative. And if that's true, are we giving enough opportunities for kids to be creative, and are we assessing and giving feedback on it? That's important. These aren't
And are we
perfect.
defining creativity?
100%.
That's the other thing. I mean, it's undefinable, and yet we all say, it's kind of like saying, I want my kid to be happy,
That's right.
but everybody has a very specific
Yeah.
kind of idea of what happy is.
But again, I would challenge the whole idea of creativity. What's the root word? Create.
Right.
So we're telling us in not every discipline, we're not giving kids the opportunities to create. Let's do that or look into it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a huge thank you, first of all, and building on what Leo said, for if at the base level, just putting it on one visually, a digestible sheet. And you and I have talked for years now
Yeah.
about this.
I will continue to.
And we will continue to. And I am so grateful for all the work and the compromise that I know is happening here. And I know I heard you say, you'd love to go back to a narrative. I understand completely, because I was a teacher. That's exhausting and it's hard work, and teaching is hard work. But I'm wondering if it could, especially since it's already in, the Aspen program. I find, we don't have conferences at the high school, but even the little tidbits that I can get from a teacher saying, either good or bad, maybe one strength and one action point. Even just that's completely projected at my own child and their individuality would be a nugget that would be so helpful. I mean, all of this is incredibly helpful. But, and to Anna May's point about, was it do we want a 4 or is 3, and especially, I know you don't track, but eventually in 8th grade, I would like to know, say, my student in math, for example, is conscientious, does homework, is well prepared for tests. An action point might be thinking outside the box, or being able to has difficulty really applying a concept to a different level. So it would make more sense to me when I came to 8th grade. I saw he or she was constantly meeting standards, but just isn't a right fit for an advanced class. Totally would understand that, as opposed to it getting to that point and being like, what did I miss? I missed something, and then the boat had already sailed, so that little, and I think that's sustainable, just, 1 or 2 comments. And they can be even like from a bulk of different comments, but I would rather them be kind of just.
So that's it.
If that's,
I personally can't stand canned comments. Because I think there's also a tendency to, it just becomes depersonalized. That said, it's that marrying them. You'll find more feedback like that in more independent schools. They have fewer students, and they have built-in time for it. That's a factor. I mean, Jeff knows I would ask for more PD time all the time. So just saying that, I totally agree. And I think, so to know within the system, it's buildable. That's the big thing when working with Beth is this adaptable. If we had narratives, they would just come under that subject area under each. And so there is the system allows for it, which is really important, because if the system doesn't allow for it, that's not great. And then looking at that, I
the
also
narrative
would
that they
say,
make up themselves, like they can type it in,
I'm
or
sorry?
would it be a canned response?
no. I mean, we could do either. That can't do that. But the narrative that we can add, and again, that may be a piece of saying term 2, because I really do like thinking term 1, term 2, not saying that we wouldn't do all 3, but there's some conversations there. But it would allow for, if we add it, it would just, on Beth's end, she adds a box, the teacher adds in a comment.
I just think I mean, personally, I can't speak for everybody else, but I think we all know that the teachers, they spend probably more time with our kids on the weekdays than we do. And we need, or desperately want to see that they know what type of a learner our child is, because maybe we don't even know.
No,
I know in my experience, I have I didn't know,
Yeah,
you know?
sure.
And we value the feedback, but we need it, you
I'm
know?
with you.
And so it's almost like, it might be more work for the teacher, but it's a much bigger reward because there's,
Yeah.
a better
and-
communication.
And what I'd say, Megan, is yes.
Okay.
I mean, absolutely. And I would also say,
Yes, and.
For the win.
but I wish I could just snap it because
I
then
know,
I'll have
I
you
know.
announce at the faculty meeting next week.
Yeah.
I will come in and I will.
No, I mean, truly, I don't think you'd find a lot of disagreement.
Yeah.
Really, I think maybe some. I think the other thing too is this is a huge, why I think conferences are really critical.
Yeah.
Because those conversations is what really spells out that, so what does this really mean?
Yeah.
What do I want to hear? What should I do as a parent? What can I do?
Yeah.
And I think those are the types of things that you just can't read, and no matter what it is.
Right.
I also would say to the whole idea of calibration, if we're doing narratives, we got to calibrate. So you're not just writing pleasure to have in class.
Right.
Are there some talking points that we want to address? Like to your point, the strength and area of growth and the next step.
Even if the kid is like
Yeah.
knocking it out of the park. There's
Every
always
kid has a
someone-
next step to move
Yes,
forward.
yes,
And that's what they continue.
Absolutely.
So I think that's the thing that we want to make sure that we kind of talk through.
And there's a reason why, you know, I mean, I know the counselors have started offering slots for conferences. Those fill up and then they
Right
have
away.
to, because their parents are desperate
Absolutely.
for the information that
Yeah.
is individualized to their kids. So
Yeah. We
this
wanna
is a
work with that.
great forward step and I thank you so much for doing it.
Very much so.
How do the teachers feel about this? I know you had a big posse. I see the names here, but on the whole.
Yeah, I think to be the truth serum answers, I think depends on who you ask.
Okay.
I mean, truly, I mean, I think you have some that are, I think it's almost like a consistent unease about something on it. Truly, and that may be a deficit response. I think you have full standards-based reporting people saying we should never, ever have a letter grade anything K through post-grad. You have people that are 100% traditional, and then the majority of staff that I think is somewhere in the continuum. The conversation about the 4, it was really interesting because a lot of people were saying, we gotta add a 4 because that 2 is so ambiguous. And they said the 4 should be exceeding the standard. If 4 is exceeding standard, that did not address that issue of the 2 one bit. And the driving piece that we heard from the report was not a need for an exceeds, it was to address that ambiguity. So if we add that 4 and make it exceeds, we did not address that ambiguity of the 2. And that's a more driving piece, that, at least for now, looking at what we wanted to look at. So I think you have that. I think you have some teachers that would love narratives. I think others not. So I think like the sense of saying, I think the biggest thing truly from a workload piece, the fact that it's in Aspen has changed everything for teachers. This past week, the past 5 days would have been absolute misery for teachers printing, collating, our admin assistants, all that work, stapling, and then it's just like, it's a mess with all good intent, because the feedback actually isn't different than what's presented, but it's all in presentation. It's important. So I think was a huge piece. And I think you have these conversations that all the questions you're having, you'd have different kind of responses. And that's the dialogue that we want to look at. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, for sure. And then about the conferences, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm a huge proponent. I really hope it can happen.
Sure.
Do you have a feel of what teachers think about conferences?
My sense, and I always worry that I'm like in this ivory part of the building, like the ivory tower of the building, like a disconnect.
I've been in your office. I'm not sure it's an ivory tower.
You live in the eye of the beholder. The visual of my head, you heard me say that. What I would say is, I think the majority of our staff are incredibly in favor of it. I think they worry about what it means. Like, is it 5 minutes long? Is it 20 minutes long? Because, and then we have the discussion. I mean, if I'm a PE teacher, I'm a little devalued because I'm probably not meeting with them. Art. So those kind of conversations, I think in general, our academic teachers would want to have it. There is a consistency piece. Our world language teachers have a lot more students. They do. So you have those kind of conversations of like, yes, but, and I bet there are some that are saying, no, that's a change in working conditions. I think, I don't know, Jeff, what your thoughts
But I
are.
mean, but there are plenty of other middle schools that do it, so
Yeah.
we would look at best practices and that type of thing, but yeah, it's.
I think
Definitely
one
one
of
of
those,
conversations to be had though.
I'll say like in June, when we had some meetings, like in response to the report, a lot of people were like, you know, Nat, I think if we did conferences, we wouldn't have to change anything. And I would say some people that, you know, so I think it really depends. I don't want to speak for everyone. I think it would depend on what it was and what it looked like. And then you have, is it at night? Is it during the day? All those
Right,
pieces.
right.
And I think the tough, as I've thought about this and I've seen my kids kind of go through school, really, the proof is in, you'll never be able to evaluate it within the year that you put it in. You'll only be able to evaluate it in the time when you leave the culture.
That's right.
So once you leave sixth grade and you've met those standards, and then you head into seventh, and things look like they're slipping or you haven't necessarily solidified them, that's where you have to learn. You do so much of that kind of backtracking around. Okay, so how do we postmortem this? How do we figure out what meeting the standards was in sixth grade and yet hasn't solidified itself?
And I think,
There,
I
and
mean,
moved on.
honestly, I think
And those
that
are,
the alignment 6 through 12 is critical. And within our building, what we as a school control 6th through 8, but we have to work with 9th, we have to work with 5th.
right,
And I think that work on the priority standards, getting to uniform within a department is immense. These priority standards are the exact same language, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade for each discipline,
Mhm.
which I think speaks to coordination and alignment. Again, you'd have some argue these. You still have some saying, I don't like that priority standard in this discipline. I don't like that. Well, those are conversations that are very philosophical, but they're incredibly important because it's what do we value about our discipline and what do we want our kids to leave with? So, I know I talk a lot, so.
I'd say like, let's wrap this up. It is, I'm so sorry, but I feel like I keep doing that to you, but it's really not.
Well, I mean, I don't want to,
Go ahead.
yeah, I don't want to elongate it, but it's, you know, so I was
I'd
just,
like to end it.
and it could be just something to think about as things, I don't need, it answered, but.
Yeah, sure.
What I kind of wonder, and you partially answered, but balancing the sixth grade that we continue to do it, and then we change it. I think I understand reasons why you would, but then I also think about managing that amongst all of your teachers. And the potential simplicity that says, hey, it's consistent, 6th, 7th, and 8th, and then how you're communicating that to the parents. Because I do think there's a lot of time that's required to explain, we're doing it this way versus that way.
Yeah.
So what are the, I kind of thought about what are the drivers? And
So what I would say, I'd lean on from like just Dr. Power's report saying that the piece was, I think that from how I, and I think others interpret the report was that 7th grade was a change in where kids' focus became more towards high school, college grades in that practice, where 6th grade, the meaningful benefits, let's not change that until that point. So I think that was that kind of look at 6th and 7th grade. There's a lot of research that says also delay the grade as long as you can. Because once you put a letter grade, no matter what it means on, it shifts learning because of things that we know within our culture. So that's something too, and that's that operational sustainable was the idea of, there were some saying, well, let's not change it at all for 6th grade. The 1 through 4 scale will be for 6th grade as well. So it'll still be on a tier of 4. So grade 6 will not be 1 through 3 as of term 3 this year. They're adding a 4 too, of the breaking down to meeting the standard, approaching partially and not meeting. And I think those are conversations that we're having as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think also looking at the elementary standard-based report card that they're launching this year, there are a lot of districts that 6th grade is a part of elementary too, so I think it kind of flows right in there, and it's a natural kind of break at 7th grade, as Nat said, to kind of do this.
Any other questions from Matt? Yeah, from us, or is there, and if we can do public input, if anybody has public input about this, but we're not gonna, if there's input and you wanna make a statement, that's great, but I think it's late for a dialogue, and generally we'll have to do that, so. Does anybody have public input about the standards based at this point? They're certainly always welcome to submit it in writing as well, if you're welcome.
Did
All
your
right.
people want
Thanks,
to
Nat.
make a statement or something, or people you brought, did they want to say anything about it, Orla, or? They're like,
These are
wrap
site
it
council-
up, honey.
site council members. I
Come
mean,
on.
site council members.
No, but you came, I didn't know if you wanted.
Comment that I find is interesting, I suppose is the word I've used, that we had students talking about stressors and the stresses that they encounter in their high school, and we're now going to potentially increase those stressors at 7th and 8th grade. I think it's just a comment, I don't know. Anyway, it's just a comment.
I do have to say that I think we're always looking at that, and I think it's a valid comment. I also, though, know that one of the things that I had a freshman say to me just this year was, I go to high school and I have grades, and I haven't had a grade since I was in elementary school. Or even like kind of an idea of what that is, and that might be part of what contributes to falling off the cliff. Feeling that kids have sometimes, so I don't
recognize Matt, because that city will get him going for a little bit.
and that's fine, but I'm not gonna recognize
That's
him,
not
but that
recognized.
I am.
Hold
We'll
on.
be here
Maybe
till
I'm a
midnight if we
child.
recognize him on that one.
Well, I've got-
I'm a child,
I do.
it's just a different, you know,
I heard it in
But I hear
1998
it.
when I started, Jess.
I hear it.
Just 1998, I heard the same comment, traditional.
I guess the question I have, Nat, and is there a way to take some of the historical data that is in whatever format it's in and import that into Aspen so that folks like Orla and others can do some year-over-year comparisons of, take the math report for the terms T1 through 3 here and compare that to scores from the same students in freshman year. Now, granted, this is all in theory, probably with a COVID year, but, COVID 2 years. But is there a way to kind of track that transition and what that looks like so that we could figure out, kind of how to somewhat prepare our 8th graders, for that in some method, but can we look at it, right? How deep is the gap aside from some of the social emotional side of it versus actual performance side, I guess, is the question I have.
kind of what we dug into a little bit with your study at the time, right? Yeah, so,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yes.
again,
Once it's in Aspen, we can look at the data a lot more holistically. That work is always going on. This is going to allow us to formalize it, have a more honest mirror
Yeah.
holding up. And I think sometimes it's an actual gap, sometimes it's the perceived gap. And I think that ties to I also think it ties, and I know it does, it ties to recommendation 1.
Yeah.
Because if our assessment practices are not aligned grades 6 through 12, it doesn't matter what system we're doing.
right,
Because if I'll say it in Blake, if 6th grade teachers are assessing kids in one way on tests, and the 7th grade teachers are assessing completely different, it doesn't matter if we're in a uniform system. You can't compare them.
Right.
So if we're only doing fact-based questions in 6th grade, and then we shift to all open response, the grade doesn't mean anything because we've assessed different things, which gets to that work, which is incredibly layered. And that's more at the root of an alignment that's going to prepare regardless of the feedback, because how a student performs isn't going to change what the measure of how it's reported. They're going to demonstrate their understanding of the material.
Right.
Whether we call it this or that or this, it's still going to demonstrate their learning. So, Jeff's right, I could talk forever.
yeah. As a matter of fact, we might be talking forever tonight, but it's incredibly important, and I thank you. It's just a lot of really important issues on the agenda tonight, and I appreciate
Thank you.
this time.
Thanks for the time. Be here long.
Good work, Nat.
My door's open, so.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you all. I appreciate it. And would the committee be all right with me possibly, and I'll ask Dr. Marson this, can we get Mary Poole home to her children? And
Too late now, she's worried about that.
My children are still awake.
to her sofa that we saw so often during Zoom, and do oh wait,
Yeah, that's next.
that was
Yeah, she
next
was next.
anyway.
Yeah, she was
I
next.
thought I
Don't
was
even have
doing you
to
a
bump me,
favor,
Jess. I
but-
appreciate it, but.
so at least take the goodwill from it. if
I
it
do.
wasn't the,
I appreciate it. And
Okay,
my sleeping children do as well. So thank you. It's true. I said, this is very reminiscent where my little square would kind of like appear out of nowhere into the Zoom world to talk about policies. I'm here again, and it's actually me. So it's exciting for me to actually be here and not a little square that pops out of nowhere. So I'm here for a couple different reasons. We have, or DESE has engaged in a new process for monitoring of public school systems. I think my first presentation to school committee when I first started was back, I don't know how many years now, 3.5 years ago, on our coordinated program review. DESE has moved away from the coordinated program review, which was in every 6 years, every standard that they were looking at, they had people on site, they looked at every single thing.
They really delved into it every 6 years. What they've decided to do is to try to focus on more of a collaborative approach with districts and to try to support them every 3 years by looking at a variety of different standards. So they broke the standards in half, and they are really looking at the half of them at one point. So you're in group A, and then 3 years later, they look at group B. They move into totality of all of these standards every 3 years. So we had something called the mid-cycle before, where halfway through they would kind of pick specific areas, highlight specific things, and do it kind of in a less intensive way. Now everything is full force every 3 years, but only on half of the standards. So we're in our tiered focus monitoring session right now. We are group B, which means that we have half of our civil rights standards and half of our special education standards. They provide, we completed a self-assessment for all of these last spring. They provide technical assistance and feedback on all of the things that we provided to them. And then I meet with DESE every 2 weeks to go through everything that they have provided feedback on and to talk about what we're doing and how we're going to be making changes, what we plan on doing, what we have done, what we have that maybe was not uploaded, because sometimes it's kind of an understanding of, we thought this was what you were looking for. This is actually what they are looking for, and we have it right here. So it's been a great kind of supportive process of learning a lot more from that. They actual week of review is January 3rd to the 7th. So they don't come on site as much anymore for this review process for Group B. They will be on site more so when we're in Group A, which is in 3 years. This year, special education or surveys went out to any parent of a student that has a special education IEP. And those went out, I believe, right after Thanksgiving. So for anyone that, I know we got a couple people calling saying, is this spam? Should I actually fill this out? It's not spam. Please do fill it out. It's helpful information. They take the results of all of that survey and they provide it back to us. At the end is kind of a summary of an understanding. So it's very helpful and supportive process for us as well. And they interview our CPAC president and vice president will be interviewed, as well as myself and Dr. Marsden. And then at the end of the week, they provide a feedback session over everything that they have seen, kind of found, things that they've gotten through our every other week sessions, as well as the changes we've made, and then the results of the survey as well. So much more collaborative, as you can see, and much more, this is what we're seeing. What can you do? How do we want to fix this? Versus this is what we found, and now you have a year to fix it, but you've kind of been cited on it already. So it is a nice process in that way. We do have a number of changes. So here I am. So the first of the changes is really looking at some of the school handbooks. In the elementary and Blake and high school handbooks, we needed to add some protected categories. So homelessness in the bullying and harassment, homelessness to the bullying sections in the elementary, national origin, gender identity, sexual orientation, homelessness and disability to equal access, homelessness to the protected student categories in non-discrimination and grievance, homelessness homelessness to the protected categories under the civil rights coordinator, homelessness and gender identity to protected student categories and social competency. We also have a more detailed presentation for what the discipline process is. So one thing to note is these are the processes that were followed, but were not spelled out as explicitly and directed as they are now. And then the final piece is that the district 504 coordinator is highlighted now as myself with contact information as well. So that is already up on the student services website, but was not in each and every one of the handbooks. And the procedures for discipline also were normalized and are the same in all 3 handbooks as well. So you'll see that they're more detailed, things that we may not see as much at the elementary level, but they are the same procedures and kind of look at discipline in all 5 buildings, all 3 handbooks. In the code of conduct at the high school as well, they do list out the discipline proceedings. So we changed those to be more specific and more aligned with the other three handbooks that we changed. And we also changed the homelessness in the protected student categories and added in race, color, national origin, disability, religion, and non-discrimination statement under the non-discrimination and prohibition harassment. Then we have, so those are just kind of note. The two things for your first reading and hopeful vote in January are the two policies that needed change. So the first is JICFE, which is our bullying, retaliation, and harassment policy. This is to clearly articulate which students are more vulnerable and how each school supports these schools. That was kind of the number one thing that was changed within here. And then it also goes through the exact training that staff have. It's important to note that all of the requirements for the staff training, so this includes developmentally appropriate strategies to prevent, developmentally appropriate strategies for immediate effective interventions to stop bullying, information regarding the complex interaction and power differential that can take place, research findings on bullying, and how specific categories of student have been found to be more particularly at risk, and information about cyberbullying and internet safety. All of those topics, while they were not reflected in our policy, are reflected in our mandated training for all staff. So every year, staff are required to go through bullying, harassment, and retaliation training, and all aspects of that were in the training. So our staff, Desi was happy to see that all of our staff are trained on it, but we really do want to get it into the policy to make sure that we're supporting kids consistently and make sure that we have the guidelines to support that.
It's actually, when we went through the policy revision with the MASC, they did not have this level, and we just actually did these policies a couple weeks ago, not these specific ones, because they didn't flag them. But I'm glad that we have this now. So that,
And it was a great conversation, as I said, with Desi, going back and forth and having these meetings every 2 weeks, because I kind of said, you know, a lot of all of this is in our bullying policies, our bullying practices, they're in our plan, they're in our training, they're in this. Is this the language that needs to be moved into a policy, or is this language that needs to be continued to reflect and to make sure that we're supporting students and that staff are trained accordingly? And they actually went back and forth a little bit to make a decision and to think about, you know, does it need to be a part of the policy? Does it need to be a part of the plan? Does it need to be part of their procedures? Does it need to be part of the training, but not necessarily in the policy? And in the end, you know, the decision was to move forward with putting it into the policy and to keeping it as it is in the plan, and to making sure that the training continues every year in our mandated training for all staff. The second change policy recommendation is in JKAA, which is the physical restraint of students. And this is really focusing on some specific language as well. Again, this is the definition of prone restraint, the limitations on the use of restraint, the method for preventing student violence, self-injurious behavior, and suicide, the procedure for periodic data review, procedures to report all restraint-related injuries, procedures for reporting all physical restraints to the department, details about proper administrator of physical restraint and conditions under which physical restraint shall not be used. Again, what I was happy to see is that all of this, again, is in our proceedings. We do have the data collection systems. We have systems for reporting everything to DESE. All of the aspects of this are in implementation within the district and are being done regularly, which is really wonderful to see. It's all, again, a part of our physical restraint training that all staff go through. We do have properly trained administrators that do the training on site, that are trained from an outside agency as well. So all of the components of this, we are completely in compliance with and are doing, but we want to, again, formalize it within the policy to be sure that we continue to do so. Any questions about any of these?
No, I mean, for me, no. I do know that we will need to vote these into the policy handbook today so that they reflect the amendments that DESE would like to do.
The handbook
The committee
ones,
is
not
all
the
right.
policy ones.
Not the
Yeah,
policies,
yeah,
no.
Yeah,
We'll
this is the first
do
reading.
the-
First
reading.
Yeah, this is first, sorry. It's what time? Eight,
Late.
9?
That's okay. I'll
Late.
keep
It's
you on
late.
track, Jess. Don't
No,
worry.
but, you're supposed to be my wingman for this. But no, so we'll need to vote the handbook amendments this evening because they're, obviously necessary, not outside of the purview of what we generally do. But does anybody have questions about either the vote or the policies or?
I just have a question about the policy. So essentially, as part of the tiered monitoring, DESI was looking at the handbook policy or procedures and then decided it should also be included in our policies. Does
So
that
these
happen?
are things that they're expecting all districts now. So, when we first talked about it, some of it were things like the exact explicit details of like how we are training people, what companies, and I had said, is that something that we want in a policy? In terms of the exact procedures that we use in terms of that and how we highlight those students or staff members that are going to be trained in that? Or is that something that we continue to have in our procedures, make sure that we have the right number of staff, the appropriate kind of level of staffing, things like that? So in the end of the things that they recommended, these are the final agreed upon areas that should be included.
Right, and the reason why I'm asking for that clarification is because perhaps when we did the side-by-side comparison with the MASC policies, this wasn't something that was flagged. Because,
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think this is new. I think as they're doing the tiered focus monitoring, they're seeing a lot more and they're having more conversations. So
it'll eventually get back to the MASC.
Right, I've been having a lot of conversations with
It
Dr.
might behoove
Marsden.
us to have that.
I know.
Figure it out themselves.
But I've been having a lot of conversations with Dr. Marsden as well, just kind of saying, it's been interesting to be able to kind of say, I hear what you're thinking and why you're saying this. This is why we do what we're doing or how we're doing it. How does that align with this? And they are very receptive and will say, let us go back and talk to our team and we'll come back again in 2 weeks. So that's where it feels as though it's a more collaborative process. Before it was kind of like, we found this, you need to fix it. Now it's a conversation. And not to say that, districts, but we are living and breathing and doing it every day. And so sometimes, the conversations that we've had, they say like, we didn't see it in that way, but yes, that is exactly what you should be doing. And the way you're doing it needs all of what we need to. So it's had a lot of iterations, I'll tell you.
That's your word.
That was just for you two.
Leo, do you have any thoughts? Nobody has to, I'm just saying, I want to make sure that everybody's included and I don't forget me.
No, I'm happy to hear that the department is putting their resources to better use than making us go through lots of paperwork. However, I agree with the oversight, factor. And I appreciate the work that you've put into it. So, and advising us accordingly. So.
I watched you go through most of that community program review a couple of years ago, and it was an unfathomable amount of work to simply say what it is we were going to do and why. And so I'm glad that.
And
this
it
feels
still
more
is, but it's
collaborative and
more
helpful.
conversational at least. I
Yeah.
think that that's a big change.
Instead of,
for them.
check box, did you do this, did you do that, yeah. Very much so. Do I have public comment about this at all? Mary, you have anything?
No, thank you very
Anything
much
more?
for,
Okay.
I know it's been really late and trying to get this in here, but I just wanted to make sure that we could get it on the timeline for tiered focus monitoring. So thank you all as well.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do now is actually see if the committee feels as though they could put forth a nomination, motion to accept. I'm sorry, I'm sucking at candy now. I'm just tough to tell with my mask. If we could accept the adaptations or the amendments to the elementary school handbook, the middle school handbook, and the high school student code, and the student high school handbook and code of conduct as provided to us by Mary. So in that line. So moved? Okay, so Megan moves. Do I hear a second? Tim, second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I,
All right, so, and Leo says aye, Jessica Riley says aye. The motion passes and the handbooks for all 3 handbooks are amended. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you
Go
so
am
ahead.
I
much.
coming out of the owl when I talk?
Yep.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Yes,
Does it,
you
does it
do.
light up on top?
And
Yeah.
the eyes are looking at me.
Yeah, the eyes are looking at us. It feels a little creepy. Okay, well, and we will bring this to a second
Thank
reading
you.
on the,
Yes, I'll be
Six.
back. I can't wait.
okay. Wait a minute, you don't have to come back unless, but we will take public comment on it as well.
Thank you so
Before that.
much.
Okay?
night.
Good night. Thank you all. This is a longie. We haven't had a good one like this for a while. I missed you all. All right.
And right back at it tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Whose idea was that? Okay, Dr. Martin, we're gonna move on. Oh, wait, do we have anything,
Nothing else.
since, thank you,
No,
thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't have
All right, then we'll move on to old business with the fiscal year 23 budget, the initial presentation of Dr. Martin's budget
Thank you.
for the year.
Would you like it so? So as we do every December, we put together the initial budget for the year. And as you know, it goes through many different iterations, but I think it's, one of those things that we always want to get that out, started in December and get that work going with the finance committee and everyone else. So looking at the process to date, so the principals and department chairs have developed their budgets. So as you know, they develop their own, and we use that zero-based budget approach where they develop what they need and they don't just add a percentage on to what they've always had in the past. So they've done that. Michael and I have met with all the principals and department chairs, and then we've developed that initial FY23 budget that we're going to go through. And just an important reminder that we talk about it every year at this time, that this is the first pass in the draft. And then when we get into January and we have the public hearing, then that goes from the superintendent's budget to school committee budget. So just kind of a process reminder in which we have. Looking at our assumptions that we made when we developed the FY23 budget, that our federal entitlement grants will again be level funded, that Chapter 70 will be level funded, that we'll have a continuation of our tuition-based programs, and circuit breaker, which we know is the reimbursement we get for certain special education programs will be funded at 70%. So that's kind of the assumption we're making. And we know that circuit breaker in the last 15 years has been funded anywhere from 40 to 75%. So I think based on what the federal government has given the state, I think we're going to be in good shape with making that assumption at 70%. So one thing I wanted to highlight too is the ESSER grant. So the ESSER 3 grant, which is the final grant of the 3 ESSERs that we've received since COVID started. And this one really had a lot of requirements that we had to do and some areas that we had to focus on as part of the grant. So for instance, we solicited feedback from parents. We got information from them on what type of things you think we should spend the additional money on. We only got $373,000, and many districts got in the millions. But again, it's based on that it's based on the Title I formula, and they use that mechanism to disperse the money. So the feds give it to the state runs it through Title I, and that's how they determine it. So we really tried to look at some of the real focus areas that we thought were important. We worked with a leadership team, took the data we got from the parents and community members, and we put together a list of what we think would be the priorities to spend on this grant. So one of the nice things about this and why I'm sharing it at this point is that some of these would be in the FY23, but they're not, because we're looking at paying for them through the grant. So position wise, we looked at a 0.5 increase at the guidance counselors at both Memorial and Wheelock. So they have part-time guidance counselors sharing between buildings. We think it's a really important piece that it should be full-time based on what we've seen in district and what our principals and teachers are reporting. 0.5 assistant athletic director. So that position has been cut out a lot. We cut that out 3 or 4 years ago, and it's been in there and never makes the final budget. We wanted to put that in there. You know, part of that role is really important, especially for attendance at events. So we typically have an administrator at every game, especially in the wintertime when you might have a girls hockey game, a boys hockey game, a boys basketball game, and a girls basketball game. We have administrators at all those games. So we want to make sure we have another person that can do that and also assist with a lot of clerical that happens with the athletic director, assistant athletic director position. We also looked at having additional teaching assistants at both Memorial and Wheelock. That's 1.5 FTEs. And whenever you use any grant money to pay for positions, you have to proportionally put some of the teacher retirement system in there. So you see that the 10,314, Michael calculated that is what we have to do based on the positions that we put in here. We want to continue and expand the summer academic boot camp because learning loss was an area that you had to target as part of this. So Mary has done a really good job with that. And we'd like to expand that to involve more kids. And we had a lot of kids this past summer. I wish she was still here. I forgot the number that we had, but we really serviced a lot of kids that benefited from that boot camp. Professional development money, $25,000, which I think is important to, sometimes that's an area we reduce in the budget. We think it's important to keep that in there, and we added that into the ESSER 3. One of the things that Mary has worked with is McLean Hospital to develop this anxiety partnership program that we could be a part of, but we could never really afford it in the budget. That's what we thought was a great time to put money into that. So that's an additional $20,000 that we thought was a really good use of that grant that we could use for our students. Interface referrals. So you know that we've tried to split that. We've fundraised through the Coalition for Suicide Prevention. We did get a phone call from Interface early this fall that said that the numbers that they are, because of the numbers of all the communities using Interface, they had to really expand the pricing. And so this is almost doubling our price going forward. So we thought that we could at least cover this for 1 year. That would give us some time to figure out whether it's, when we first got it, if you remember, it was school department and police department. It was $13,000. But we split it in the town side and the school side. And then we started doing the fundraising piece and all of that. So I think this will cover it for next year if it does get up to 26, which it may. And then we can have some time to figure out either between the town and the school or with the coalition as well, how we're going to pay for that. But the numbers are really strong in terms of usage. We want to make sure we keep that. One of the things that we feel is important is, again, looking at the learning loss piece, but having a universal screener. And we do that now. We want to really look towards using DIBELS, which is something that it's been around a while, and we used it here before. We switched to a different one. Now we think we need to go back to DIBELS. So that was something that's $18,000. Looking at, one of the nice things about ESSER 3 is that we can carry this over to FY24 if we need to. So we want to target math textbooks in FY24, which is a $20,000 expense, and looking really at elementary at that point. We're looking at elementary this year and doing some pilots, but you know, our teachers are out straight, and we didn't want to put another thing on. We originally started it and we just backed off and said, no, we're going to push it out another year or two. So that was originally going to be in FY23, but we're pushing out to FY24. Christine is working with DESE right now. DESE is potentially offering a grant to pay for math textbooks this current year for next year. And we would look at doing some middle school text as well. So she's been working on that the last few weeks. I know something that we've talked about a lot here, and we're finally going to be able to do it, is the late bus pilot.
Hallelujah.
So we're going to target middle and high school late bus next year.
That is just, if I can just put out my equity thing there. in
Yep, you're
terms
not
of
kidding.
Just, that
I
is,
was so excited to see that.
So what is
So-
that?
Finally.
What is the cost? Like, it would be not a pay as you use type thing?
It would not be the
For that
first time
first
around,
year.
but I think what we're trying to do is that's why we're calling it a pilot. If we get a really good response, in order to keep it going in FY25, 24, excuse me, 25, 24, we would have to, I'd like getting FYs mixed
Pay
up
for
here.
it the first year.
24, then we would look at charging a fee to that.
Okay.
But we think it's just to start it out at no cost, using the grant money and seeing what we get for a response. I think it's going to be positive, but we'll see how it goes.
I mean, that just covers so many things. that
Oh,
people
no,
need.
I'm so psyched.
And then looking at HVAC, one of the areas that you had to spend ESSER 3 on was air quality. And we've done so much work on this the last 2 years. One area that we need to do is replace one of the rooftop units. Was the rooftop unit, Michael? At Blake?
It's, yeah, over the line.
Or the library, right? So,
Do you want to talk a little bit, just when you're done here, about how a late bus pilot actually does relate back to extended learning? Because I think that's an important part of this, and one of the reasons that we first talked about having a late
Right.
bus.
well, I think, one of the things that we found, and you guys have all talked about this with me for years, and we talked to parents about it, is sometimes kids can't stay after school to get extra help or to be a part of a club or
Right.
intramural or
So
something,
it's
because
just-
there's no real, they didn't have a ride home.
Right.
So this will allow us to do that.
Right. So there's the social emotional part as well as the extended learning that allows us to be able to see if this is a pilot that we can continue. And so I have to say,
And it
Very happy about
levels
that.
the playing field for kids, right? It really
Exactly.
does. And I think that's a really important thing that if a child wants to stay after school for extra help or wants to participate in intramural, then they should be able to do that, and a ride shouldn't hinder that. So I think that's where we are. We're pretty excited about being able to offer that with them. So the total was 373, and that's, that's where we are. We haven't got the definite approval yet, but that should be coming very, very soon, because we hit all the targets that we need to do on that. So it's interesting and frustrating at the same time. So we talk about how that Title I mechanism works. DESI has told us that there are some districts that haven't allocated or withdrawn their ESSER 1 and 2s yet. And, as you know, we went through that all last year. We went through that fairly quickly, but when you're getting a lot of support from the state or federal government, you may not have to tap into that as soon as communities like ours, where you don't get very much support there, and you need to get those extra dollars. So we'll see what happens if there's additional ESSER money, but from what we've understood, this is the last one coming out to us. So the drivers that we have, typically that every school district has, CBA agreements and contracts, 80+% of every school budget is with personnel. That's what we do. Special education in district positions and out of district programs and placement. I think that's always something that is going to be on there for a driver, same with transportation. And we always include the health insurance piece, even though it's not in our budget. If we were a regional district, it'd be in our budget, but a town district, it appears on the town side, but definitely impacts what the town can do for us. So looking at our FY23 initial budget, the approved number was for FY22 was 38,348,229. The initial budget that we have in front of you is 39,706,947, an increase of 1.3 million or 3.54%. So if you remember last year at this time, we were over 4% at this point. And I'll get into a little bit what this includes and what it does. On the next slide, you'll see. I'm sorry.
Sorry. This would be more had we not had the grant. I know we
Correct.
wouldn't have had all those
Yep,
things,
correct.
but so,
Correct.
okay.
So looking at, what it does for us, it maintains our current staff and programs. And I think it's important to note that we are in negotiations with the following bargaining units. So we're going to start in January with teachers unit A, and then unit B as well, the teacher assistants. And we are currently involved in negotiations with administrative assistants, custodians, and food service. So, those aren't done yet. So we're doing some projections in this budget. We need to see how those tease out before we make the final determination later in April and May. And then it adds 2.2 FTEs and increases supplies by $52,000. So the next page, the next slide talks about a level service budget. That number, I think it's important for you to see what that number is. So level service, same people, same programs, exactly what you see this year goes into effect next year in FY23. So that alone is 3.11. And that speaks to the fact that 80% of our budget is personnel. So those would be contractual increases, obligations, et cetera. So I think that's where you see that even with the additional positions that we have listed there, it goes from a 3.11 to a 3.54, or $167,000 more level service versus the positions that are added there. Now, typically in the initial budget, we start to take out some of the positions that were requested. We didn't do that this year. So what you see in terms of additional positions in fractional employees what were requested by department heads and principals issue. We put it all in. We typically pare that down a little bit before you see it, because but we felt like it was important for people to see what was requested by the building level and district level and department chairs.
And I don't honestly see any of this is necessarily, well, I mean, obviously, a math coordinator for K-5 is very important.
So that was an interesting
Just-
one. So the 3 elementary principals really pushed hard on that. The 3 of them wanted that because we have a coordinator at the elementary level for language arts. But we don't have that same position for mathematics. So it's difficult, for them to do that work and for the teachers to do that work. This will really support them. So we have math specialists in every elementary building, but no one that coordinates and works with them as their own department to do some of that work. So I think that was a reasonable request that they made, and it's something that you'll see many districts that have those in place at the elementary level. So we thought it was time to put that on our budget in a position that was requested by all 3 principals.
I'm curious
And I know that
if there's something like specific that you're seeing at Wheelock that the math has become, you're piloting new books and you're asking for specialists. Is there like some sort of learning loss that you're seeing, or?
No, really, we had a full-time person in there. We replaced that person with a part-time one. So we're trying to get back to whole again. So we had a full-time person, I want to say 2 years ago. And we reduced those numbers, maybe it was 3 years ago. We reduced those numbers over time. So we want to make sure we try to get that back to whole. I do think that, Holly is concerned about, some of the things some of the support. And, her vision around this is not so much pulling kids out, but being in the classroom, working with students and teachers and doing some of that coaching, as opposed to just the model that I think has been around for a long time, where you use these blanket assessments, these baseline assessments to see what students need additional support. And then those kids work with a math specialist and they're pulled out, versus having a coach that may identify students that, well, they've already got it here in the first term. Let's stretch those kids a little bit and let's support the other ones that need it as well. So more of a holistic view of what the kids would need mathematically versus just that deficit model of taking kids out that, that need additional support.
Which echoes on throughout the system, right? I mean,
Oh,
we
sure. I
talk
thought
about the kids.
We're doing
who
that
are in
memorial right now. So
Our
that, yeah.
IEPs are generally, like over time, are kids who have kind of over time been seen as kids who are kind of like not, who can be pulled out, right?
Mhm.
Like it's really about reintegrating and making sure that kids who have learning needs stay with their peers. It's a continuation.
And there are times when students need to be pulled out. I mean, there's no
Yeah,
doubt about that.
absolutely.
Sometimes if there's a specific skill that someone mathematically needs support on, and it's a group of 3 or 4 kids in a classroom, then that person would have a small group outside, whether out in the hall, whatever, kind of like what we talked about in the new building, having those breakout spaces to have pull-out areas for kids. It's doing that same thing within the regular hall or.
Right, getting them, and then also being able to have that support within the classroom
Right.
for all kids. When you have a math aide, it's not like they just pay attention to one kid. They do circulate. They're
And it's
around.
not, and for instance, it's all based on assessments. So if you do the baseline assessment, we call it the STAR assessment for elementary, and it tells you that X amount of kids in this class might need additional support because you can see where they scored in each concept. Well, the next time you do that assessment mid-year, it may be a group of 4 other kids that didn't have the same issue in the first time, because now there's different concepts that they may struggle with, or they may be stretched in, and that math person works with them. So it's all based on what we see coming out of these assessments that are screening assessments for mathematics that we use, just like what we do for language arts. But we have a language arts coordinator that does all that, takes all that data, identifies the kids. Now we don't have that for mathematics, the elementary level, and that's the issue.
And that falls to the principal or to the teachers or to the content. Yeah.
Yep. So as we go forward, and we, this will be on our radar and our agenda for a long time now. We'll have additional school committee meetings, and then meeting with the warrant committee and town officials, public hearing on the 27th, and then annual town meeting on May 3rd. So
A whole lot of warrant committee meetings.
right.
Thank you. Do I have any public input?
Wait,
on the
I have
budget?
a question.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm starting to skip things altogether. Please.
First of all, yay on the late bus. That is, I think we all agree. The question I have revolves around the use of the ESSER money. The only thing that makes me uneasy is when I see salaries paid with a grant that then are not, how are we gonna sustain those going forward?
The operating budget.
So this is
Yeah.
now, it's
I mean,
being
but
paid for
we-
this year, but then next year we're gonna have to find that money.
Potentially, unless there's additional funds. I mean, we pay,
Yeah.
I don't know, 33 people out of grants right now, so we
Which is
pay them out of a
decreased
special
over
ed,
time.
94, 142. Like, so we pay a lot of people out of grants as it is, but this, your question is a good one. This is one time right now.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
that athletic director, that's not gonna, that can't be a grant in the future, I don't
No,
know.
no, that
Yeah,
would
So
be.
that's, is it?
But
gonna
that was carried in the budget forever and ever, and we
Yeah.
cut it out. So I think,
Yeah.
start to put additional positions in. And I think the guidance counselors will stay there. We'll have to really look at ways to integrate that into the operating budget. Teaching assistants may or may not, because sometimes we need those for addition, for certain students that may go to a different school, and when they go from one elementary school to the next, you may not need them at that point. So, yeah, that's the problem with it. It's not reoccurring.
Yeah.
It's a one-time.
And the assistant athletic director, is there some assumption that that could be covered under some of the rotating, the revolving funds for athletics, or
If
is
you
that always
guys,
gonna
if
be?
you
out of
guys want to
operating?
raise the athletic fee, sure.
Yeah, I'm just saying, or,
Yeah.
you know,
I mean, that's a possibility, of course. I mean, that's another fund source for that, but I think, that pays for an awful lot right now.
and it's also been down because we literally just haven't had the gate receipts, the ability to kind of
And,
use any kind of.
what's going to happen with that as well is now that the tournaments are statewide, and our kids, knock on wood, do really well and make the state tournaments on a lot of sports. Before, it was just within the Eastern Mass area. Now we could be having, Medfield could be playing Nantucket, or Medfield could be playing Pickettstown in Western Mass, so it's a statewide tournament now, so there's additional travel that could happen, especially in the spring, based on that. So that we would use that money what I'm saying is we use that money to pay for busing, and busing costs will go up based on those types of things. Or they could go up.
I just want to mention now that if we weren't volunteers, we would be offered a half-hour lunch at the 4-hour mark, but we're just going to power through the rest of this.
I have one quick question.
Yeah.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, what is the percentage, what would the percentage increase be without the ESSER funds? Or how much more would it be from 3.45?
More.
Look at the both of us.
I'm like,
where's
Michael, quick math.
Calculator.
I know Michael knows it right off the top of his head. That's why I didn't think it was a big deal.
Quick math right now.
All right. Continue on without me.
Really was not a
It would
fair
probably push it to
question,
the
Leo.
4.
So we're at the 4 hours, but
No,
Leo
it's a
is
good
actually coming at us from the west
Yeah.
coast, so it's only
Yeah.
7 p.m.
So like a
Yeah.
couch somewhere, so
I wish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
cough a little bit more, Leo.
Come on, we haven't gotten to 11 in a long time.
Yeah, but we.
Well, I'm not gonna throw any
Sure,
math
bad
questions at you,
manual.
but I do,
Okay.
you said that you left in everything in terms of what, the administrators asked for. I don't see anything that has any asks from the high school at all.
Which is not always the case. Well, they ask for a lot of.
Yeah, okay.
Usually, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was mostly elementary, middle, yeah. But you gotta remember what happens at the high school, right? So that you have to look at
Yeah,
what
there-
courses are taken, so that
No, I.
make
I'm
those
very well
shifts as we
versed
go.
with-
So even though you might not have one there, by the time course sign
Yeah.
up takes place, you might need a
Nice kids in
0.3 or
AP
reduce
Psych
a
needs
0.3.
more
and-
person to
know, I
teach
mean,
world history. Yeah.
Robert's been really good about if he needs an increase in one department, decreasing and needs a decrease in the other, they offset. So that's really good. We're not just, that always hasn't been the case. I mean, he's
Right,
been really
but-
good about that.
We got 52,000 in supplies Are any of those, are those?
So that's
spread out?
across the whole
Okay.
district, yeah, yes.
I mean, we've been lowering supply budgets for so,
Yeah, no, I
that's
know.
like,
Yeah.
I.
Got
yeah.
a catcher in the rye from 1991 at my house right
I
now.
bet.
That I was in high school, and my
Yeah.
kid might be reading the same book.
I love that you were in high school in 99.
Sorry.
She's a baby.
Okay, so I can tell we're getting a little fuzzy at this point.
She always says that after I say something.
Well, no,
I
you
didn't
know,
hear-
you
I
were
didn't- I
falling
mean, for the
apart.
record, I didn't hear that at all.
No, I know that if you're falling
Well
apart,
written.
then we are
I'm
all
not falling
truly falling
apart.
apart.
Happy to answer any questions.
Again, also
Happy to answer.
offended.
Jeff would like to ask, or
I-
ask,
Offense
answer
taken
questions.
twice. Okay, anyway,
Fuzzy.
I'm done with my comment.
Afraid?
What is it, Michael?
With the,
Yeah,
it's an additional 1%.
additional 1%, Leo.
1 point. Wow, that's a lot.
Okay,
Thank you.
do I have public comment on the budget right now? Because there will be plenty of time to do public comment on the budget. After this, anyone? All right. Then we are going to wrap this up.
Information limits.
Don't worry, I've got
Okay.
that next year in my
Gotcha.
script. Dr. Marston, do you have any informational items for us?
So in your packet, you have the letter that I received from Commissioner Riley approving the 80% vaccination threshold for Medfield High School. So you see that it's pretty clear. They give you all the information. Based on the information provided, Medfield High School's request has been approved. Vaccinated individuals in the school are not currently subject to the department's mask requirement, although they may certainly choose to continue to wear a mask while in school. Please note that in alignment with statewide guidance, unvaccinated students and staff are still required to continue to wear a mask. So, I mean, it gives you the permission, but as we know, it's your policy, so this allows us in the future, if we want to do this and remove the mask. I was actually in a meeting with a commissioner today. He did give us some of the numbers on this, and one of the things, there are 20, I think 24, 25 school districts who have received this waiver out of the 300 and something districts in the state. Only 3 have implemented it so far. So to my knowledge, it's Hopkinton, King Philip, and Westboro. Those are the 3 that have implemented it, so. I think we look, I'm sorry.
Did Medway back up? I haven't talked to them.
They cannot get, so Medway and theirs, what they decided to do was attach it to a percentage of pool testing for high school, and they can't get that number yet, so.
Okay.
That's why they haven't done it yet. And I believe Ashland is doing it, I think, next week, right, I think. So it's obviously something we have to talk about in the future.
Well, your daughter's at KP. How's that going?
All fine. Although she was homesick yesterday,
Okay,
but she tested negative, so she's fine.
okay.
I would say that Hopkinton had, and I haven't talked to Carol in about a week or so, but I know that the first 3 weeks that they did that, because they put them back on and they took them back off
Right,
again.
right.
They had, I think, 1 or 2 positives in those 3 weeks. So,
I think that there's probably room for us to put this on the January 6th agenda to really kind of talk about it through baseline, and also at that point, within a month, we will have probably a lot more information on whether the Omicron variant is truly an issue, or if it is less, it tends to make people less sick, even though it seems to be more virulent. We'll just have some better information at that point. It'll be closer to that January 15th kind of initial date, and we can kind of see what happens. Obviously, we've had a spike after Thanksgiving and people traveling. I predict that will continue to happen
well,
anytime we have
Medfield had theirs
holidays.
before that.
Yeah. And there are more cases, but are people sicker? We don't know. I think we do have to talk about it.
And I don't
See
know,
what
what's-
happens.
to be honest, I don't know what the numbers are at King Philip. They don't send anything home, so I don't know if, I mean, most places don't anymore, so, I'm still the one that does update number 99. But I think it's important people know what's going on.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I don't know if
I think
they
people
have
have kind of
cases.
forgotten
and-
about the dashboard too. I mean, I'm in there and checking the dashboard every couple of weeks.
Michael updates the dashboard every Friday morning.
Great job.
Yep, it's
I
there.
look at it. Yeah, so we'll just have to,
And if you want to, before the 6th or after the 6th, if you want to take a quick tour around the high school during the day and talk and look at the mess, then we can do that as well. I'll be happy to take care of.
I suspect, yeah. And also today, I don't know if you guys saw, I think I just saw it when I first came out, but 16 and 17-year-olds are now eligible for the Pfizer.
They are.
So maybe that will go down to the ranks, but let's get our kids, our littles vaccinated first.
And just to that point, we have 78% of our kids in Medfield, ages 5 to 11, with at least one dose,
Sweet.
which is off the charts.
That's fantastic.
Off the charts. And, you know, I can't thank Kathy enough, Kathy Thompson, for really working with the outside vendors to get them in here
That
to do
was
the
huge.
vaccination clinics.
Huge.
I mean, that's really worked out well. We did our second dose one earlier this week, so that we have a whole host of kids with their full doses. And we're looking at getting one more for the 5 to 11s, which is good.
Yay.
Been great.
Great. Okay, does anybody else have any informational items that they'd like to mention? No? We could bring them up over coffee briefly tomorrow.
I'd like to let you know it's 10:08 p.m.
All right, well done.
All right.
You in 12 hours.
And future agenda items, January 6th, Director of Social Emotional Learning update, superintendent's evaluation, and we'll put mask waiver on there. January 27th, school budget hearing, and February 10th, Health Advisory Committee and Student Advisory. And our next meeting is a workshop focusing on policy tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
In 11 hours.
In 11,
hours and
all right,
40
well, if
minutes.
you stop talking, I can get it out of. Is that an answer?
She's fuzzy.
I am fuzzy.
All right, wrap it up.
All right, and our next regular meeting is January 6th. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right, Emma, and second.
Leo.
All right, Leo, all in favor?
Bye.
Aye. Motion passes, and the meeting is adjourned at a phenomenal 10:09.
All right.
This may actually be a record.
It started at
4
6.
hours and 9